Candlestick Park, we're just about underway here. This is a very special day for a young man from Japan, Hideo Nomo.
We're going to find out right away what this guy's made of.
He put it in the wrong spot. I'm going to hit out of the ballpark.
Strike three call.
7 strikeouts, just 1 hit. Fantastic outing.
Obviously, with the score, 0-0, we have seen some pretty good pitching on both sides. Ground ball up the middle, and the Dodgers are on the board first. A double for Eric Karros, and it's 3-0 Dodgers. And the Giants have their work cut out for them. Tying run to home plate, Robbie Thompson. Welcome to Sports Channel and to Candlestick Park for the second game of this 3-game series between the rivals, the Los Angeles Dodgers and the San Francisco Giants. This is a very special day for a young man from Japan, a young man by the name of Hideo Nomo. And Mike, wherever he has gone today, he's just been followed around by the media from Japan.
He has. He's got to feel a little bit like Madonna at an NBA game. Nomo goes everywhere. He's got a crowd. And, you know, it's tough enough to break into the major leagues without distractions, but the type of distractions he had has been phenomenal. We're going to find out right away what this guy's made of.
Delino DeShields steps in as he'll be the leadoff hitter. We'll give you the lineups after DeShields at bat. Here's the first pitch, a swing and a miss. And we're underway here at Candlestick. 60 degrees here at Candlestick, 12:33 starting time. DeShields batting 160, 4 hits, 25 at bats. The 0-1 pitch, he bluffs a bunt and takes a strike. It's 0-2. Dusty Baker going with his usual lineup, the lineup that we have seen all year. 0-2 pitch, down low, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The defense behind Portugal is the defense that has played so well on this homestand. And it's been one spectacular play after another. 1-2 pitch inside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. On deck is Jose Offerman. Portugal, no decision in his last start in Atlanta. This will be his second start, his first against the Dodgers. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and he struck him out. Here's the Dodger lineup brought to you by Southwest Airlines. DeShields just struck out. Now it'll be Offerman. He'll be followed by Mondesi. Mike Piazza is back in the lineup, the cleanup hitter. Eric Karros will bat 5th. Henry Rodriguez in the 6th slot. Billy Ashley batting 7th. Dave Hansen playing 3rd base and hitting 8th. And Hideo Nomo is on the mound. So Offerman, batting 286, steps in. And Portugal throws, and there's the bunt, and he bunts it foul. Portugal got a little zip on the ball this afternoon.
I think Mark Portugal's pumped up. He's the type of a pitcher who will really benefit from adrenaline. And when Hideo Nomo was announced that he would be the starter today, everybody started getting keyed up for him because of all the publicity that surrounded the pitcher for the Dodgers. And Mark, he wants to go there and he wants to beat Hideo Nomo. And he is pumped up. Saw him before the game today, and he had that game face, and you could tell he was ready to pitch.
As Nomo looks on from the Dodger dugout, it's no balls and 2 strikes to Offerman. And Portugal deals, and it's off the plate. 1-2. Really, one thing significant, Mike, and we haven't mentioned it in Portugal's last start, is the fact is that knee of his looks fine. 1-2 pitch is off the plate.
Ordinarily, when you have a pitcher who had the type of surgery that Mark Portugal had, he had an ACL repair on his back leg. That is the leg that pitchers will drop and they will drive with. And at times you'll see pitchers, when they break, that their leg will actually run parallel to the ground when they're driving home. But Mark Portugal is the type of pitcher that really sits back off of a very stiff leg. He doesn't push much off of his back foot. And he said, in fact, that he felt the surgery has helped him stay back much better than he was before he had the surgery.
You can see the brace underneath the uniform on the right knee. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Offerman, fouled off a Manwaring.
I mentioned earlier that he is the type of pitcher with his style that would benefit from adrenaline You can see the brace on his right leg. Sinker ball pitchers, when they get too pumped up for a game, they'll throw too hard. They'll throw through their break. But Portugal, because he's a high fastball pitcher and a breaking ball pitcher, that extra adrenaline will give him a better fastball and actually give him a little more snap on his curve. So his style of pitching will benefit from the extra adrenaline, and he's got it today.
Here's the 3-2 pitch to Offerman, ball 4. So after jumping out in front 0-2, Offerman draws the walk.
Defensively for the San Francisco Giants, Barry Bonds will be in left field today with Darren Lewis in center field. Glenn Allen Hill will be over in right. At third base will be Matt Williams. Royce Clayton will play shortstop. Robbie Thompson will be at second base. J.R. Phillips at first. Behind the plate, Kurt Manwaring, and on the mound, Mark Portugal.
Raul Mondesi, the National League Player of the Week, steps in batting .500, 11 for 22. He has scored 9 runs. He has 3 home runs and 7 RBIs. Not bad to start out the season, especially when it's your sophomore season. Just a great package this young man has. And when you talk about a player and say he can do it all, you're saying a lot, and this guy can do it all.
You know, one of the concerns that Vin Scully said he came to Dodger camp this year, spring training, was because of all the awards Mondesi received last season as Rookie of the Year, and there were certainly other awards that went along with that great season that he had. He got to Dodger Town and he was really watching Mondesi to see how he would come into camp and how he would work at camp. And he said the thing that impressed him most about the sophomore was he outworked everybody. He did not come in fat. He came in great shape, and he proceeded to outwork everybody in camp. And he said that really impressed him. This kid has great abilities and good work ethic. People predict great things for this young man. It's easy to see why.
1 ball and no strikes to Mondesi. Offerman with his lead at first base. There's 1 out. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Cleanup hitter Mike Piazza is on deck. It'll be the first time in the series the Giants have seen the all-star catcher. Mondesi looking down at Joey Malfitano.
Check the runner at first base. Anytime you can see on your monitor where Kurt Manwaring will make a fist and wiggle his thumb, that's the sign to throw over to first base. 1-1 is an excellent count for a hit and run. It's an excellent count to remove the runner.
And again, Portugal keeps an eye on Jose Offerman. This will be the final game for these umpires, the replacement umpires, as the regular crew will be back tomorrow. Here's the pitch, and Mondesi hits a ground ball to Clayton, to Thompson, to first, not in time as Mondesi runs well. Pretty tough to double up Raul Mondesi unless he really hits the ball sharply.
A medium hit ground ball. Thompson receives it. Not much of a step. Very quick delivery. Got rid of that ball quickly, but just cannot get it to first base in time. You talk about a 5-point ball player who can do it all. One of the things that Mondesi can do is run, and he showed you right there from the right side of the box. He got down there well to prevent that double play.
Here's Mike Piazza batting .571. He's 4 for 7 on the season. Big, strong right-handed hitter. Last year for the Dodgers, he had 24 home runs, had 92 RBIs. He had 319. He's been out with a hamstring problem. Missed most of the series against the Atlanta Braves in LA and missed the ball game yesterday here at Candlestick. Portugal taking his time in the snap throw, and Mondesi is back.
When you say a player is a 5-point player, that means he excels in 5 things. He can field, he can run, he has an exceptional arm, he can hit for average, he can hit for power. One of the things that we mentioned is he can run, and Mondesi can steal you a base. He has that type of speed.
He does not go, and a swing and a miss by Piazza as Portugal jumps out in front. Last year, Mondesi had 11 stolen bases.
Involved in quite a collision yesterday in the first inning with Kurt Manwaring. I was talking to Kurt this morning. He said he had a little stiff neck. He said that's the kind of play I like.
Yeah, I told him that you had said on the air that he looked like a bad Buffalo Bills middle linebacker trying to make a tackle. Of which he said, no, Mike wouldn't say that. I said, I'm telling you, Kurt, that's what he said.
Well, that explains when I walked in the clubhouse why he wanted to fight today. Thanks a lot.
Mondesi does not go, and Piazza lines this one, and Bonds will play it on one big hop. So Piazza with his 5th hit of the season as he lined this one into left field. And with runners at first and second, that'll bring up Eric Karros. Karros is batting .565. I know these averages are inflated, but he does have 13 hits and 23 at bats. We're talking about that collision. This is what it looked like yesterday.
Boom. Just a great play. On ESPN last night, they reported that the players had to be separated after the play, and that was not true. That's clean baseball. They both got up and went to their other dugouts, but there was no fight, no hint of a fight. That's just good, clean hardball.
Karros takes the first pitch outside and low. Lifetime against Mark Portugal. Eric Karros is batting .190. 4 hits and 21 at bats. Portugal spins around just to keep an eye on Raul Mondesi.
There was no fight. In fact, I asked Kurt what he said to Mondesi when he got up. He says, oh, I got up, and he says, I just said, nice play. That was fun. Then he turned around and went back to his dugout.
That's a strike to Eric Karros. Well, Kurt does have the football mentality. I mean, there's no question about that. When you go up and talk to Kurt and engage in a conversation with him, there's a good chance it's not going to be about baseball. Here's a 1-1 pitch, and did he go around? They'll check, and no. Well, Fred Schaaf had his big chance to make the call, and the folks at Candlestick agreed with his.
Well, I think this is a missed call. Goes around, the wrist broke. I've yet to see a replay that doesn't look like the guy swung, but that definitely was an incident where he did swing the bat. Now there goes his perfect game.
2 balls and 1 strike.
Fred Schaaf.
Portugal looks at the runner, and he throws, and that's a strike to make it 2-2.
No, I think they just evened it up.
Well, that's what home plate umpires are supposed. If you're the crew chief, you got to even them up. It's your job. As Homo about ready to take the mound. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And he struck him out to end the inning. No runs, a base hit. The Dodgers strand 2. We've completed 1/2 inning here at Candlestick Park. It's the Dodgers nothing, and the Giants coming to bat. And it's Hideo Nomo who is walking slowly out towards the mound here at Candlestick. And there is just a ton of photographers right behind home plate that are capturing this moment. Of course, this game is being broadcasted back to Japan, and we're being told that it's on at 4:30 in the morning in Japan. And the folks back in Japan obviously want to enjoy this moment.
Well, just to give you some idea of what it means for Hideo Nomo to leave Japan and come over to the United States, he has been the Japanese leader in pitching 4 out of 5 years in victories and strikeouts. It'd be a little like Roger Clemens leaving the States to go pitch in Japan.
Well, the one thing the folks have done is they have obviously shown an interest in wanting to see what Nomo can do here in the States, as would we certainly would want to know how Roger Clemens would do in Japan. He's their best. Take a look at the San Francisco Giants starting lineup that'll be facing Nomo. For Dusty Baker, brought to you by Southwest Airlines, Darren Lewis leads it off. Robbie Thompson will bat second. Barry Bonds hitting third. Matt Williams, the cleanup hitter. Glenn Allen Hill, who's been swinging the bat, is batting fifth. Royce Clayton in the sixth slot. Batting seventh, J.R. Phillips. 2 hits for Phillips this year, both home runs. Kurt Manwaring will do the catching. And batting ninth and pitching is Mark Portugal.
Defensively for the Los Angeles Dodgers today, Billy Ashley will be in left field. Raul Mondesi in center. Henry Rodriguez will be in right field. Dave Hansen will be over at third base. Jose Offerman will be the shortstop. Delano DeShields will play second base. Eric Karros will play first. Mike Piazza is back behind the plate doing the catching, and on the mound making his major league debut, Hideo Nomo. Lifetime in Japan, 78-46 with a 3.1 ERA. And out of 134 games started, he had 80 complete games. That's a 60% completion ratio, and that's fantastic.
Here's the first pitch, and it misses 1-0. Talked to Darren Lewis before the game, and I said, what are you going to do in your approach to Nomo? And he said, well, the first at bat, I'm going to take a lot of pitches. I'll be the sacrificial lamb and let my teammates see how and what he's throwing. The 1-0 pitch is down low. 2 balls and no strikes. 90 miles an hour on that fastball. Wondering if this young man has some butterflies. I would think that he would.
He's pumped up, and again, his style of pitching will benefit from extra adrenaline, and he's got to have it out there now.
And that's a strike, says home plate umpire Bob Homolka.
Hideo Nomo will throw a lot of pitches. And I tell you, an interesting note, as you see, full extension, big turn, and come right back over the top. It's a very straight fastball, not much movement on it.
Strike 2 call, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And when he gets 2 strikes on you, he goes to his forkball, which is his bread and butter pitch to try and strike you out. He also has a curveball, but the fork is what makes him special. That's the one he strikes you out on. It's been compared to Brian Harvey of the Florida Marlins.
Strike 3 call. And Lewis goes down looking after Nomo fell behind 2-0. He came back and struck him out.
Take a look at just how far he torques. That knee really drops down and gets right parallel to the ground. This is the type of drop and drive you normally see from a pitcher, a power pitcher. We talked about Mark Portugal did not do that. Very, very contrast to Mark Portugal's style. Hideo Nomo.
Pitch to Thompson, misses. Last year, Nomo was 8-7. His ERA was right around the 3.50 mark. 1-0 pitch to Thompson, and he pops it up. It's Eric Karros in fair ground, and he makes the catch. 2 down. Thompson pops out, and here's Barry Bonds.
As long as he don't put it right here, because I'm going to lose it. I'm going to hit it right out the ballpark.
Okay.
So he can throw everything else, but he put it in the wrong spot, I'm going to hit it out of the ballpark.
Bonds picked up his first hit of the season yesterday, a little bloop single. Barry is 1 for 15 with an RBI. Nomo's first pitch is down low.
And one of the Japanese writers asked Barry Bonds yesterday, he said, you know, Mr. Nomo has a very high fastball that he throws very hard. How will you react to that? Bonds says, well, if he throws it down, I'm going to knock it out of the park.
And that's inside. 2 balls and no strikes.
End of discussion.
Now, I wouldn't expect anything else from Barry Bonds. A comment like that. Bonds will be looking for a good pitch to hit. Here's the 2-0 pitch. And it's a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. So far, Nomo's been consistent on the gun. He's either been 90, 91, right in that area. And the 2-1 pitch. And Bonds swings and misses to make it 2-2. Bonds looks back and asks home plate umpire Bob Homolka something.
A 2-1 split finger fastball, and that was a dandy.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. And did he go around? They'll ask. And third base umpire Bill Davis says no, and it's a full count.
All of the Dodger teammates of Hideo Nomo up on the top step, taking a look at this historical moment.
Here's the 3-2 pitch. And it's up high, ball 4. So Barry Bonds draws his 9th walk of the season. And Matt Williams steps in. This is where Nomo was calling for the appeal.
Well, in any country, the appeal play is the same. He didn't.
And so is how you ask for it.
And so is the reaction if you don't get it.
Matt Williams is batting .381 with a home run and 4 RBIs this year. Nomo, will see him in the stretch. Bonds goes. Piazza's throw is not in time. A stolen base for Barry Bonds. Giants were not going to waste any time with an unorthodox delivery in the time it takes for Nomo to get rid of the ball, and Bonds took off on the first pitch.
One thing that Hideo Nomo is going to have to learn is the slide step delivery, because he's going to get robbed blind on the base paths this season. Barry Bonds had a huge jump, and he might steal third if he does it again. Although he doesn't really need to be. He's in scoring position now.
Now Matt Williams steps out. One ball and no strikes. Nomo looks at Bonds and throws, and it's outside and low. 2-0.
He popped that ball pretty good. 93 miles per hour, that last fastball. Nomo will throw a lot of pitches. Last year in Major League Baseball, Randy Johnson had the highest pitch count in one game, 152. He was followed by Danny Jackson at 149, and then Arthur Rhodes at 145. Hideo Nomo in 5 years in Japan averaged 140 pitches per game.
So he's strong like bull.
He is strong like bull.
Well, he's got good size. Nomo is 6'2", 210 pounds. And he's staring down at Matt Williams. And that's outside 3-0, and maybe that they're just going to pitch around the Giants cleanup hitter. Watching Glenn Allen Hill yesterday, Lasorda thought that Hill was sneaking behind the umpire and catcher and hitter, and asked the umpires to move Hill closer towards the Giants dugout. Hill again is out there as he's taking a good look at Nomo. Here's a 3-0 pitch, swing and a miss.
Green light for Matt Williams. He'd seen 3 fastballs. And if you get one you like in a 3-0 count, go after it. And Nomo threw it right by him.
Pretty good location by Nomo. He worked this pitch on the outside part of the plate. And you can be assured that if Matt Williams likes this pitch, he'll be taking a good hack at this one as well. Here comes Nomo, and Williams fouls it off the end of the bat. It's a full count.
Like a 3-2 or a 3-1 split finger. Why not? You've got first base open. Why not take a couple of chances at split fingers? Don't have to give in and throw the fastball. The one rap against Nomo's fastball is that it's pretty straight. There's not much movement on it.
The Tornado is what they call him because of his unusual delivery. Pivots and turns his back momentarily to the hitter, catcher, and umpire. 3-2 pitch. Williams, slow roller. And this one is going to roll foul.
Again, Nomo comes back with a 3-ball count. He comes back in with a split finger. Good pitch selection. That's his pitch that sets him apart from other pitchers. And you've got an open base. You don't want to give in to Matt Williams.
Nomo was an outfielder when he began playing baseball at the age of 11. Did not become a pitcher until his sophomore year in high school. Pitched on the 1988 Japanese Olympic team, and it won the silver medal in Seoul, South Korea. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nomo's got the sign from Piazza, and he throws, and Williams takes ball 4. Pair of walks issued by Nomo here in the first inning, and stepping up is Glenallen Hill. Glenallen Hill hit his 2nd home run of the season yesterday off of Tom Candiotti. Hill has picked up 7 RBIs in this young season. And he'll be facing Hideo Nomo for the first time. As Nomo's at the belt. And he throws. And it's way up high, 1-0. Like Nomo tried to put a little extra on this fastball.
Quick but straight.
Well, that's why, Mike, maybe his best pitch is the split finger. A straight fastball isn't really going to intimidate a whole lot of people. Bonds jumping around at second, and it's 2-0.
Well, the hitters like it. They like straight. They would rather hit off a 93-mile-an-hour straight fastball than an 83-mile-an-hour fastball with movement.
Glenallen Hill will look for a fastball right here in a situation where he's ahead in the count, 2-0. Now timeout is called. Royce Clayton is waiting on deck. Both the Giants and the Dodgers come in with a 3-3 record. Nomo is at the bell. And he throws, and it's ball 3.
The one thing I see from Nomo that's going to hurt him in this league is he's pretty one-dimensional when he's behind the count. He comes at you with that fastball. It's very difficult to control a split finger and to try and throw that pitch, which is an off-speed pitch with great movement behind in the count. Is not an easy thing to do. It's a tough pitch to command. It's much easier to just try and bounce that thing at home plate in a strikeout situation.
Ball 4. Bases are loaded for Royce Clayton. And that'll bring out the Dodger pitching coach. Dave Wallace.
An abbreviation of the big move. He really drops down low and just drives. Tremendous legs behind this pitch. I just can't get over the amount of strength it takes to drop way down with your arm and then completely roll your body over, get your arm in throwing position, and drive down at home plate as quickly as he does. This is a motion that you would never introduce to a young pitcher for fear of blowing out your shoulder. But this guy is a very strong young man, and he shows it every time he turns and throws to home.
Royce Clayton batting .263. And it's up high, 1-0. Right now, some composure problems possibly for Hideo Nomo. Bonds is at third. At second is Matt Williams. It's Glenn Allen Hill at first. The big three are on the bases. Nomo just trying to settle down. And he comes back with a strike. A big pitch for Nomo in that situation.
With every ball he throws up there now, the more he'll bring the crowd into this at bat. I mean, he is pumped up, and his extra adrenaline has taken him out of the strike zone.
Nomo working to Clayton. Bases are loaded. And Clayton fouls this one, and it's 1-2. So that puts Nomo back in a spot where he's ahead in the count.
And that for Nomo is the driver's seat, because in a 2-strike count, he's got you to where he can throw that hard split finger fastball. And you get at times so aware of that strikeout pitch he has that he can sneak that 90-mile-an-hour fastball right by you. Or I shouldn't say sneak, he can blow it right by you. 2-strike count, you've got your hands full with Hideo Nomo.
Nomo throws, and Clayton goes the other way. And Rodriguez will watch this one as it hits up against the wall in right field. Mondesi is shallow in center, and Rodriguez is close to the line in right. Hideo Nomo in a jam here in the first inning as he has walked Bonds, Williams, and Hill. J.R. Phillips is on deck. Nomo retired the first two hitters in this inning, Lewis and Thompson. Strikeout and a pop-up. Here it's 1-2. And the pitch. Outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
The other thing about Nomo is he has not pitched inside yet. He has stayed outside away. You watch Piazza try and help him out a little bit here. He tries to snap this back in the zone. He pleaded his case, but plate umpire Bob Homolka wasn't buying it.
You know, the other advantage, if there is such an advantage to this, is that the Giants have seen Nomo throw a lot of pitches.
Pretty two-dimensional. All he's featured is the fastball and the split.
Now timeout is called as the wind causes some dust to blow up into Royce Clayton's eyes. It's still 2-2. Mondesi, I mentioned, is shallow. He's also shading Clayton into right center field. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Clayton waving the bat at home plate. Piazza setting up outside. Here's the pitch. Clayton hammers this one right past Barry Bonds in foul territory.
The other thing you have to watch, Mike Piazza has his hands full. We'll take a look at the foul ball, and Barry Bonds almost getting whacked. Whoa, look out. Piazza has his hands full because in that Hideo Nomo's strikeout pitch is a split finger. You want to try and throw that ball down the dirt. That's the one where you get your strikeouts on. And a split finger in the dirt is the hardest pitch to block that gets down in the dirt.
2-2 is the count. And Nomo delivers, and Clayton stays alive. Yeah, Phillips will retrieve that foul ball.
Dusty Baker made a comment yesterday about Royce Clayton. He said Royce Clayton is the best knuckleball hitter I've ever seen. And the reason I bring that up is hitting a knuckleball. Clayton's theory is if it starts off below your waist, starts off at your waist or below, let it go, because it's going to drop out of the strike zone. And that's the same type of philosophy you have to have against a guy with a big split finger fastball. If it starts up higher than that, that's the one you have to go after. But if it starts down around the belt, let that one go.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Clayton battling Nomo. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Now Nomo walks 3 here in the first inning, strikes out 2. All of that after 1 full inning, 0-0. Top of the second inning here at Candlestick. Dodgers have a base hit. They've stranded 1, make that 2. The Giants stranded 3 in their half of the first inning as Nomo walked 3 and struck out 2. He polished off Royce Clayton by striking him out with the bases loaded.
See Dave Wallace, the Dodgers pitching coach, talking to Hideo Nomo through an interpreter. The interpreter, all you can see are, well, I guess it's Tommy Lasorda. The interpreter's on the other side of Tommy. Back tucked in.
Well, you know, Tommy can speak all languages, and he doesn't even have to use his mouth. He can just use his hands. Well, Nomo will get comfortable in the dugout as Henry Rodriguez will step in. Rodriguez is batting 190. And he takes a pitch down low, 1-0. Rodriguez had 3 hits in the ball game yesterday. Ball game where the Dodgers had 7 total. He rolls this one right back to where it came from, and Portugal throws out Henry Rodriguez. And with 1 out, that'll bring to the plate Billy Ashley. Well, the last Japanese pitcher to pitch in the big leagues was Masanori Murakami, pitched for the Giants, 1965.
He had a pretty impressive year that year too. He was 1-0 with a save. He had 15 innings that he pitched. He walked 1 and struck out 22.
And now it's Hideo Nomo. Here's Billy Ashley. Ashley batting 176, and he takes the pitch down low. Ashley 3 for 17. 7 strikeouts this year. He has a home run and 6 RBIs. And that misses 2 balls and no strikes. Billy Ashley is one of the many Dodgers on this roster that have come through their organization. Line drive. Thompson's got it on a hop. Throw to first. They've done it again.
Oh, man. The brilliance of Robbie Thompson. You never get tired of watching great play day after day, and this is a base hit just robbed. Diving backhanded grab by Thompson, sets himself. Wow.
Boy, we've enjoyed watching this defense on the homestand. Won the Gold Glove in '93. Here's Dave Hansen. Hansen takes the first pitch outside, 1-0. Dave Hansen playing today. It was Ingram who played yesterday. Wallach is on the DL with bulging disc. High pop-up, right field line. Glen Allen Hills got it. And with a fine play of Robbie Thompson, Mark Portugal has a 1-2-3 inning. We've played 1.5, 0-0. Back at Candlestick, we've reached the bottom of the second inning. 1 hit in this game, a single by Mike Piazza. Good defense by the Giants. Is Hideo Nomo will go out for his second inning of work. Giants once again in the stands. The Moose Man, he's back. Moose Man's enjoying some grub here at the ballpark, of which they do have some pretty good eats here at Candlestick. And of course, when you talk about each, you should get a shot at Tommy Lasorda. We did. Hideo Nomo will be facing J.R. Phillips, Kurt Manwaring, and Mark Portugal.
J.R. Phillips is the kind of guy that would give Hideo Nomo grief. Phillips, an excellent fastball hitter.
Well, Phillips hit a home run yesterday. 2 hits this year, 2 home runs. And the first pitch to Phillips is on the outside corner for a strike. You know, you can tell right away that in the games Nomo is going to pitch this year, they're going to be long games. And there's a couple of reasons why. As you look at the next pitch to Phillips, swing and a miss. Nomo works quickly, however, takes him so long to get rid of the ball. Here's Phillips' home run yesterday.
Left-handed reliever for the Dodgers, Rob Murphy. Throwing one in the zone.
Here's the 0-2 pitch, and this one is in the dirt. But once Nomo gets the ball, he gets back out on the rubber pretty quickly and lets go. It's just that his motion is so slow. That takes all day.
He's got about 2 minutes of motion, it seems like. He has not pitched in yet. Everything has been away. They have not gone inside once.
I mean, there's the start, and here it comes. There's a pitch inside, but it misses. 2 balls, 2 strikes, but you're right. Piazza's been setting up outside.
Pirouette. Stays a long time on that back leg. He's got to have some strength in those legs. Man, I'm really amazed at what I'm seeing.
Swing and a miss. Phillips strikes out. 3rd strikeout for Hideo Nomo.
You say, well, gee, just looking at his motion, this guy's going to tire early because he puts so much stress on his legs and his body. But then you read that he averages 140 pitches per game, and those are just staggering numbers, especially when you consider the way that he throws and this type of stress he puts on his body.
Kurt Manwaring take a shot at Nomo, and the pitch is up high, 1-0. Kurt is batting .214, 3 hits and 14 at bats. No RBIs. He's got a double. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that's a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike.
First curveball we have seen from Nomo. Up until now, he's been 2 pitched. Fastball split, and that was an overhand curveball. Threw it behind in the count. That's what he'll have to do. Pitch up here.
Kurt, a little tardy on the fastball, and it's 1-2. It's almost, Mike, like you have to, if you're a hitter, totally eliminate the motion. Just don't even pay attention to it. Just look for where that arm is going to release the ball as that pitch is in the dirt. Because if you try to time the motion, you can't do it. You almost have to pick up your timing mechanism halfway through the motion as opposed to the beginning of it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, normally when a pitcher will turn and cock his hips, the batter will do the same. There's such a long period of time when he cocks his hips that he comes home that it's very difficult to get your rhythm as a hitter.
4th strikeout for Nomo, and here's Portugal. I'm sure Portugal would give us a pretty good quote about this guy's motion.
High fastball, 91 miles an hour. Another look from the center field camera, right by Kurt Manwaring.
Portugal is 0 for 1 in the season. He can hit. And he swings and misses as Portugal wanted to go downtown.
First time through the lineup facing a pitcher with such an unusual motion. Team's going to feel him out. Try and get some timing, see his pitches, see what type of movement he has on him.
That's a strike, and it's 0-2 to Portugal. Nomo is going to try to strike out the side, I do believe. Portugal last year hit .354. That's right. 3, 5, 4, 17 hits, 48 at bats. 0-2 pitch, and this one's popped up and out of play. Portugal, 6 foot, 190 pounds, standing in against the youngster Hideo Nomo, and the 0-2 pitch is popped up. Piazza stepped on his helmet, then kicked it. He's under it, and he makes the catch. So Nomo, with 2 strikeouts and a pop-up here in the second inning, will go to the third. 0-0. Now 0-0 here at Candlestick. As the fans here enjoying watching 26-year-old Hideo Nomo make his major league debut. And as Nomo goes out and pitches well every inning, it seems like the fans here are starting to enjoy it more and more. Mark Portugal will be facing Nomo, who will be batting for the first time. DeShields and Offerman. In Japan, in Japan's Pacific League, it uses the designated hitter. So he has never batted. Nomo, when asked about his hitting, he says, I think about the real game situation with a pitcher throwing in the high 80s or so, and I only imagine how I can escape from the ball. As the first pitch is on the outside corner for a strike, he goes on to say, I don't want to get hit by the pitch. Well, it's not unusual. He's taking that left leg, and he is heading a little bit towards the Dodger dugout.
He is in the bucket. I mean, a lot of guys may think that, but they'd never say it.
That's right. 1 ball and 1 strike. And Portugal throws, and Nomo, with a pretty good swing, fouls it into the seat.
That's a pretty good hack. I mean, he's not up there naked. He's got a little ability with that bat in his hand. I think that that comment may have been the translator talking, making something up.
Right. It very well could have been. So Portugal out in front, 1-2. Top of the batting order, Delino DeShields on deck. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Third strikeout for Portugal, and here's DeShields, who struck out as well in the first inning. Nomo making some friends here at the ballpark. DeShields off to a slow start. Portugal throws, and it's inside, 1-0. Giants won yesterday 7-0 behind Terry Mulholland, as Mulholland picked up his first win of the season. Next pitch is a strike to Delino DeShields. Mulholland went 7 innings, allowed 6 hits, no runs, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Big smile on Terry's face today. One pitch to DeShields is wrapped the other way, and this is a foul ball. As Bonds will flip it into the seats. DeShields started out his baseball career with the Montreal Expos. Boy, has that been a great organization to pick young players from. Wow, the Montreal Expos. They coughed up 4 good players this year. DeShields takes the pitch up high.
Well, they coughed up 4 good players, but 2 of them were products that were developed in their system. One of the players they lost was John Wetland, who came up through the Dodger organization, and Ken Hill went back to the Cardinals, having gone through their minor league organization, and got him traded over to Montreal.
Again, it's foul. Look out.
But you make a very good point. I think that the Montreal organization has cranked out great talent for a long time. It looks to me like they've done it again this year. They never ever make the excuse that they cannot afford to field a good team. They always go out there and they're competitive year after year.
The Shields hammers this one to right field. Glenallen Hill with a late jump, and he gets there in time to make the catch. Should mention that the Expos got a pretty good pitcher by the name of Pedro Martinez in exchange for Delino DeShield. Here's Offerman, who walked in the first inning. Offerman started out the season last year with the Dodgers. He's had a horrible time catching the ball. They sent him to AAA, where offensively he had a good year. He hit .330. Lines this one. That'll be a base hit. Lewis will get it back into the infield, and a 2-out single for the Dodgers, and that'll bring Raul Mondesi to the plate.
Well, Offerman's bat never was the problem. It was always the glove. The Dodgers this year signed Dick Schofield to back up Offerman, and that was an excellent acquisition. I think the Dodgers bench between Jeff Treadway and Chris Gwynn, Mitch Webster, Dick Schofield, they have some very, very strong talent. Good veteran ball players on that bench to back up their everyday lineup. The one big question mark that surrounds the Dodger team this year is the same question mark that has followed in the last few, and that's defense. Can they keep the defense together? And yesterday they did not, and it cost them a ball game. 4 errors were made by the Dodgers yesterday in 1 inning.
I think what made those errors look so bad was the fact that the Giants were catching everything. Offerman with his lead. He does not go, and Mondesi lines this one into left field. He signals, and it's back-to-back singles here in the 3rd inning with 2 outs, and that'll bring Mike Piazza to the plate. You're looking at Dusty Baker as he watches Mark Portugal get ready to face one of the most feared hitters in all of baseball. Piazza is 4 for 21 lifetime against Portugal. Add the hit in the 1st inning. He's in 5 for 25, and he fouls this one back.
Lifetime against Mark Portugal, Mike Piazza has had his problems. Just 4 for 21, but of those 4 hits coming into today's game, 2 of them were home runs. So he hasn't hurt Mark Portugal often, but he has hurt him.
Here's the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2.
One strike curveball, good late breaker. That's where you want your curveball to be. Not going to get it hurt often with a pitch down. It's almost in the dirt when the catcher catches it.
Portugal has jumped out in front of the count, and Piazza bounces this one foul. And it's still 0-2. Giants and Dodgers will finish off this 3-game series tomorrow night right here on Sports Channel. Pedro Estacio against Mark Leiter. 7:35 is the starting time. Portugal trying to get out of the 3rd inning here as he retired the first 2 hitters, and then back-to-back signals by Offerman and Mondesi. Now Piazza steps out. Very bright sunny afternoon. Pretty good breeze blowing out to right field here at the stick. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's outside, 1-2. Pretty good bleacher crowd this afternoon. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Mike Piazza. Portugal throws a slow roller out in front of the plate. Portugal barehands it, throws on to first for the out. So Mark Portugal gets out of the 3rd inning. No damage done. Giants looking for their first hit here at Candlestick. No runs, 3 hits, and no errors for the Dodgers. No runs, no hits, and no errors for the Giants.
First time through the lineup, Hideo Nomo was very impressive, but I'm interested to see how he does the second time through. Once the Giant hitters have seen him, identified his stuff, have gauged the speed of his fastball, that will tell you something about the pitcher.
Lewis struck out, and he takes a strike to make it 0-1. Lewis, Thompson, and Bonds. Nomo wheels and throws, and another strike to Darren Lewis, and it's 0-2. Bob Homolka, a little bit of a delayed strike call from behind. Homolka looks like Bob Davidson. We'll be back in uniform tomorrow. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and that just misses. 1 ball and 2 strikes. We're talking about Masanori Murakami, the only other Japanese player that has pitched in the major leagues. As Homo throws and Lewis pops it. Mondesi coming in, still coming in, and he makes the catch. So Murakami, obviously we told you earlier, pitched with the Giants. Nomo has had a little bit of a rocky relationship with the Japanese media. Snubbed Murakami when Murakami asked him to do an interview this spring, and Nomo said, "Nah, I don't think so." Well, I guess that didn't go over too well in Japan.
Well, Masanori Murakami is very well established in Japan and loved by many of the Japanese.
Outside to Thompson, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Both in Japan as well as the United States, and that's because of his popularity. I mean, people took offense to that.
Here's the 1-1 pitch to Robbie Thompson. Thompson hits it high. He hits it deep. Ashley is back. He's at the wall. It's off the wall. And Robbie Thompson will go into second base with a double. And he just missed one. I think Ashley got there in time, Mike. The guy's 6'7". I just think he had a difficult time catching it.
High fastball, Thompson. That's his bread and butter. Out over the plate and up. And Ashley goes back. You can see the reaction by Hideo Nomo. I think he was a little surprised that it didn't go out. Then he was disappointed it didn't get caught. We talked about Ashley yesterday. Ashley's not really out there for his defense. He's out there because he can swing the bat.
Here's Bonds, who walked in the first inning, and now timeout is called. Matt Williams is on deck. 0-0 here at the stick. Bonds trying to knock in Robbie Thompson.
Ashley was in trouble going back on that ball from the first step.
Here's the pitch to Bonds, and it's a strike. I really think the hardest thing you got against Nomo is trying to time him, because he'll kind of lull you as a hitter with that unorthodox delivery, and then zoom, it's right on top of you. Up high to Bonds, and Bonds ducked out of the way.
You know, another thing that is very different in Japan, when you hit a pitcher, when a pitcher hits a hitter in Japan, the hitter does not charge the pitcher. They bow to one another and he takes his base. That is not the case here in the States.
In the States, they bow to one another and then they charge each other.
Sometimes without bowing.
Bonds takes a strike, and it's 1-2. And Bonds did not like that call at all. He's going to have a word with Bob Homolka.
This is a 75-mile-an-hour split finger fastball that's up. Bonds does not like it because he believes it's up and out of the strike zone. But in the 1-2 count, he's set up to throw another split. Let's see if Nomo comes back with it.
Thompson, the runner at second. And the pitch to Bonds in the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You can see Nomo, when he had his hand set in the glove in the stretch, just before he went to throw a split, the glove hand wiggled, and he showed the hitter that he's changing his grip and going to the split. That type of a tip off will give the pitch away. See him wiggle the glove there. He's setting his hands. He's setting his hands to throw the split finger fastball.
3-2 now to Barry Bonds. First base is open with Matt Williams on deck. Giants and Dodgers, 0-0. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Wayne Kuiper along with Mike Krukow. Glad you joined us here on Sports Channel.
His hands are coming set. Not much of a wiggle. That'll probably.
Bonds hits it the other way. And Ashley will come in and he'll make the catch.
Came with a 3-2 split again. You can see the wiggle in the mitt. That is tipping off that he's fixing that grip for a split finger fastball. That has already been picked up in the Giants dugout, you can be assured.
Now there's 2 down. And the umpire's going to ask Glenn Allen Hill to move over a little closer towards the on-deck circle. And now he's almost going to hear it from Homolka's going to hear it from the Giants dugout. And before this is over, this will be more of a problem between Dusty and Tommy than it will be the umpire and Dusty.
Dusty puts on a game face in a hurry, doesn't he? Lasorda started the argument telling home plate umpire Bob Homolka, saying, hey, Glenn Allen Hill is not in the batter's box or the on deck circle. Get him back in that on deck circle. So Homolka obliged, told Hill to move back, and then Dusty got up and said, hey, wait a second. He was fighting for his guy. Lasorda was opposed to having Hill sneak over and take a better look at that fastball or split finger.
Matt Williams fouls it out of play. Well, I think, Mike, the on-deck circle here in the wrong spot anyway. I think the on-deck circle should be more where Glenn Allen Hill is standing. You can't swing the bat where the on-deck circle is right now anyway.
Yeah, the on-deck circle is right next to the fence, right?
And guys are going to stand there. They need to be out more on the grass.
Hideo Nomo is definitely tipping his pitches. You can call what he's going to throw as you watch him bring his hands together. When he wiggles the glove, that's a split finger fastball. When he doesn't wiggle the glove, he's going to throw a fastball. As he comes set and the hands come together, he will wiggle the pitch, wiggle the glove for a split. There was the split. You saw the wiggle.
Up high.
When he comes set and there's no wiggle, he comes with a fastball. That is something you'll be able to pick up. There's the wiggle. And then we did see the split finger fastball. Those are little things that the Dodgers will iron out as Nomo progresses into the season.
Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Pretty nice crowd here at the Stick. Remember, tomorrow's game, 7:35. Come on out. Get to know this Giants team. Over the years, you've come to enjoy Bonds and Williams. Well, there's some new players that you may not have seen. Come on out and give them a look. You'll see one of them tomorrow in Mark Leiter. Two-one pitch to Matt Williams. Fouled out of play, and it's 2-2. Giants will take off after the ball game and head to San Diego, where they'll play the Padres 4 times. Gentlemen with the hat on come up with the baseball. You need a hat on in this sun. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Williams. 2 down. Nomo throws. Williams swings and misses. 5th strikeout for the young right-hander. Will go to the 4th inning. 0-0. Mark Portugal is stranded 4. He's allowed 3 hits for the Dodgers. And for Tommy Lasorda, it'll be Karros, Rodriguez, and Ashley here in the 4th inning. Here's the pitch to Karros, and he takes the pitch inside, 1-0. One of the reasons why the Reds are struggling is they're having a problem with Ron Gant. Pitch misses, but looks like a pretty good pitch, and it's 2-0. Gant is their cleanup hitter. He's played in only 23 of 47 innings. Problem is they put him in the lineup, Mike, and then they have to take him out. 3-0 now to Eric Karros. And as Davey Johnson said, we just can't keep having the cleanup hitter come out of the lineup during the ball game. He's still having problems with that knee. Here's the 3-0 pitch, and Karros jumps at it, pops it up. That'll be a souvenir. And it came down right below us.
See the career average that Eric Karros has had against Mark Portugal. Not much of an average, but he does have 1 big fly.
Into the glove of Manwaring as Karros fouled that one, and it's 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Portugal has issued 1 walk. He walked Jose Offerman in the 1st inning. Here's the payoff pitch, and Karros stays alive. Sports Channel banner flying around above Candlestick Park. 55 Giants games, 2 Giant to miss. Again, foul out of play. I didn't know that Sports Channel had their own plane, but I guess they do. Of course you would. Flying over to see the A's games. Fly the banner around Candlestick. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Karros. Popped up right field. Coming in is Glenn Allen Hill, battling the sun and the wind, and he makes the catch.
Good battle by Portugal. Fell behind 3-0, then came back tough and got the out. Had to throw 5 strikes to get it. It's good concentration from the right-hander.
Here's Henry Rodriguez, who grounded back to Portugal in the 2nd inning with Billy Ashley on deck. Portugal against Nomo. Rodriguez goes around as he tried to hold up, and he couldn't do it.
Well, Rodriguez had himself a day this spring. Vero Beach, Dodger Town, had a game where he had 4 home runs.
In 1 game. Here's the 0-1 pitch. On the corner, 0-2. Only problem with doing that is they do not count.
Do not count.
And I think that'd be a thrill, but you're not going to see it on your baseball card. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
It only counts if you're trying to make the team.
And he was not in a position where he had to worry about that. What it did is it gave him a headlong dive into the season where he couldn't come up with a hit. Pops it up, headed towards the Dodger dugout, and it's about 10 rows back. Portugal hummed that one in there around 90 miles an hour.
Now that could really look a lot faster too, because you're so aware of his great changeup, his mixture of breaking balls, that you tend to forget about the fastball. And he can sneak one by it.
Rodriguez goes the other way, and that'll be a foul ball, not by much.
Now that was an excellent swing by Rodriguez. He really waited back well on that 2-strike breaking ball, flicked it into left field, and he came within about 3 feet of having himself a double, or at least a chance at one. He never conceded a double with Bonds in left field. 2-strike, had the hands back well. That's a good 2-strike swing right there.
And that's one of those doinks that will drive a pitcher mad. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. He got him. Took a little off. And that's 4 strikeouts for Portugal.
That's as good as Portugal can pitch right there. That's an excellent 2-strike changeup. He's got good delivery, good action on the ball, good movement away, good location, perfect. Strike 3. See you later.
You like that, huh?
Well, I do.
Here's Ashley.
I mean, I'm the kind of a sick guy that can go to a ball game and really enjoy a 1-0 ball game. I actually prefer one.
Well, that sounds like it would come from a pitcher. Here's a pitch to Ashley. He grounds this one foul.
Anytime you have good pitching, the defense that sets itself to a hitter's tendencies, a pitcher makes a pitch that allows him to hit that ball into the defense. Great plays, lots of strikes. That's my kind of baseball game.
0-1 to Billy Ashley.
You like defense too, though.
Well, you can have good defense in a 9-5 game or 9-8.
I like to see 2 pitchers go toe to toe, kind of like Warren Spahn and Juan Marichal that one day back. I forget the year. We'll look it up and we'll talk about that game later on.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. Got him. That'll do it. Ashley goes down swinging. 5 strikeouts for Mark Portugal. We'll go to the home half of the 4th inning. 0-0. 0-0. Bottom of the 4th inning for Hideo Nomo. He'll be facing Glen Allen Hill. Hill walked to load the bases in the 1st inning. And Nomo throws, and a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1.
Well, partner, I brought up that game between Marichal and Spahn, and I had to go back to the captain to get my facts straight. Went back to Hank Greenwald and said, Hanky, what was the year? 1963. Warren Spahn and Juan Marichal teed it up against one another. Game went 16 innings and was won by a home run that Willie Mays hit off of Warren Spahn on the bottom of the 16th. And there were only 2 pitches in that game, Spahn and Marichal. 1-0 dandy.
Marichal had 11 strikeouts. Spahn had 2. That's a strike to Hill. And when we talked about that game, we're talking about how many pitches Marichal threw compared to how many pitches Spahn threw, and you figure Marichal threw a lot more.
A lot more because of the strikeouts, you bet.
Here's the 1-2 pitch to Glen Allen Hill. He hits it foul. And it's still 1-2. Nomo being watched closely by a lot of the media from Japan, as you figure he would be. As he rocks, turns his back and throws, and it's up high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Staying right around that 90-91 mark, as that pitch was 91 miles per hour. Two-two pitch is up high. Ball 3. Full count now to Glenallen Hill. Nomo walked 3 in the first inning. Hasn't walked any since then. He's a pitch away from doing that to Hill, and he does. He walks him as he did not throw a fastball in that spot.
No, Nomo is not giving in to the big hitters of the Giants lineup. He has stayed with that split finger fastball. You can see the motion and the reaction.
Royce Clayton struck out in the first inning, struck out with the bases loaded. He had a pretty good battle against Nomo. It was 3-2, and Clayton fouled off about 4 or 5 pitches in a row before Nomo struck him out. Throw to first, and Hill is back, and I believe that's the first time that the Giants have seen Nomo even throw the ball to first.
Glenallen Hill with 19 stolen bases last year. Very much a threat to try and steal here.
Nomo comes to the plate, and Clayton takes a pitch down low. On deck is J.R. Phillips. Giants and Dodgers 0-0. Wendell Kim with the signs.
Last year in 1994, Nomo had his season cut short because he had some tendonitis in his shoulder. Not surprising when you look at his motion, the amount of stress that he puts on his shoulder throughout his delivery. And he opened up spring training this year, and he wasn't doing much throwing at all, but the tendonitis got calmed down, and here he is. He is into his 74th pitch here, and it's only the 4th inning. Rick Russell used to throw 74 pitches in 9.
Yeah. And then go out and play catch and throw about the same many the next day. A fist from Mike Piazza. He'll either go to first or maybe a pitch out. And he steps on. If the manager has a pretty good idea that the base runner is going to go and he calls for the pitch out, that's what he wants, a pitch out. He doesn't want you to step off. He doesn't want you to throw to first. 1 ball and no strike. And Clayton takes ball 2. Dodgers figure that Clayton is going to swing a little late and hit the ball a little behind in the strike zone. They have shaded him to right field in the outfield. Hill with his lead. He does not go, and Clayton drives this one into right center field. Mondesi on the run, and he makes a great catch. He spins around and gets the ball right back into the infield. What a play.
Raul Mondesi, Rookie of the Year. Great season in right field for the Dodgers. Makes the change to center field. And a ball that looked like a sure gapper, an extra base hit for Royce Clayton, is robbed by the fielding brilliance of Raul Mondesi. That's a fabulous catch. Gets it back in. He's got himself a cannon. He tried to get Glenallen Hill back at first base.
We're going to check to see if Glenallen Hill did not touch second base on the way back, and second base umpire Dave Yee said he did.
What the Dodgers contended was that Glenallen Hill hit the bag and actually made a step towards third and then went back to first. If that was the case, then Glenallen would have to go back to the bag and touch it a second time and then come back. But he indeed did not. And there was no out call on the appeal play.
Here's Phillips, who struck out swinging in the second inning. And he fouls this one at home plate. No balls, 1 strike.
That fastball down low and in to J.R. Phillips, that was his bread and butter. And he just missed his pitch. That is where he wants the ball.
That's where he's been looking for it all year, isn't it?
Well, he got one in Atlanta and he hit it out against Greg Maddux, and he hadn't seen one since.
Manwaring is on deck. Hill goes. Pitches a ball to throw to second, not in time. A stolen base for Glenn Allen Hill. His second of the season.
Mike Piazza did nothing wrong. And in fact, he got rid of the ball very quickly. But when you go out a runner 3 steps before you release the ball, you're not giving your catcher much time to throw that runner out. And Glenn Allen Hill steals one from the Dodgers.
And it's a ball and a strike to J.R. Phillips. Nomo throws. Phillips hits it foul, and it's 1-2. Well, if you're the Giants, first game of the series, you face Tom Candiotti, and he'll mess with you. Dodgers come back and now throw out this kid, Hideo Nomo, and with this windup, he can put you in a slump. There isn't anything orthodox about this windup at all. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and Phillips with a good swing, and he fouls it off Piazza, and it goes back to the backstop. You'd probably like to see someone like Oral Hershiser. Hill with his lead at second base. Dodgers playing Phillips to pull in the outfield. Almost got the sign, and he's at the belt. And he'll spin around, and Hill not going anywhere. Such a large contingent of Japanese media here that they've opened up the football press box here at Candlestick. Hill goes. Piazza snap throw in time. Is Piazza with a snap throw, and it was perfect.
Glenn Allen getting a big jump, but the fastball, and it was in a good position for Piazza to come out throwing, and he threw a strike to Dave Hansen. And you really have to give Mike Piazza a lot of credit on that. That was a perfect throw.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Mark Portugal goes out for the 5th inning, winds and throws, and it's a strike. Hansen batting .250 with 1 RBI this year. And Portugal comes back and throws the curveball for a strike, and it's 0-2. Nomo is on deck. Portugal comes in with a pitch down low.
That was a good 0-2 pitch. He tried to back down with a breaking ball, left it down the strike zone.
Next pitch is grounded to Royce Clayton. He'll have to hurry in the dirt. Phillips picks it, and Hansen is out 6-3.
Well, there's 2 sides of that play that were excellent. Royce Clayton knows it's a medium ground ball. He's going to have to hurry his throw. It gets right in between. Matt Williams has no play. He hurries the throw, and an excellent dig out of the dirt by J.R. Phillips. J.R. really has impressed me this year with his glove. He looks very relaxed and very confident over there, and he's made some good plays. That's the kind of a play where your middle infielders or all your infielders will come back and say, thanks, you saved me an error.
And Nomo takes a strike on the outside corner. I'm going to tell you something. In the games that Phillips has played, and we've seen a lot of, I mean, we've seen Hernandez, we've seen some of the great ones. He's playing excellent. I got to tell you, there isn't anything that he's done wrong.
He's had good range. He's made some very, very tough plays to his backhanded side. He's picked everything out of the dirt.
And one thing we've seen first basemen do over the years that they can be a little apprehensive in doing is making that throw to second on ground balls, and he has no qualms about doing that. Nomo hits it hard. Clayton dives. He's up. He throws. There it is. Another one. Time after time, the Giants defense has come through.
The guys ought to be lining up to want to pitch for this defense. Royce Clayton complimenting the play we saw earlier by Robbie Thompson, not to be outdone. Diving effort going up to his left, robbing a base hit. Man, that's impressive. Nomo that close to getting his first big league hit. He's going, man, that's a hit back in Japan.
Here's Delino DeShields. It's a hit in Atlanta, too.
It's a hit almost everywhere else.
Nothing in one to Delino DeShields. Shields is 0 for 2, batting 148. I always hated the beginning of the season when it came to your own personal batting average. I mean, Delino DeShields is looking at 148. I mean, that's hard to live with. Oh, and that just missed. And
well, it didn't miss.
Could have been 0 for 3 right there.
The only missed part about it was Bob Homolka, the plate umpire, missed it.
So DeShields gets another life. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch that we're talking about. Now, if you're the umpire, what do you think?
That's an 0-2 curveball, and that's right. You can't throw it any better than that.
Here's a 2-2 pitch. DeShields goes the other way, and it's foul. Talk about those early averages. When it's real low, you think that it's so embarrassing when you look at the scoreboard. When it's real high, people are going to say, well, it's the beginning of the year. I mean, yeah, anybody can hit that. There's our ball dude as he distributes baseballs down the left field line. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. We're in the top of the 5th inning. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Portugal got him anyway. His 6th strikeout. Both Nomo and Portugal with 6 Ks through 5 innings. Gorgeous day here in Northern California as the folks here enjoying Giants baseball and watching Hideo Nomo as he has struck out 6. He'll be facing Kurt Manwaring, Mark Portugal, and Darren Lewis. Nomo struck out Manwaring swinging on a high fastball in the 2nd inning. Right now, the difference in this game has been the terrific play made by Raul Mondesi in center field, saving Nomo and the Dodgers a run. Breaking ball is a strike to Kurt Manwaring, 0-1. Kurt batting 200. Nomo throws, and Manwaring fouls this one into the glove of Piazza, and it's 0-2. Giants and Dodgers. 2nd game of a 3-game series. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Another high fastball. 7 strikeouts. And here's Portugal, who popped out in the 3rd inning. Well, on this date in 1939, Babe Dahlgren played first base for the New York Yankees. You know who Babe Dahlgren is?
Yes, I do. He was the guy that played first base for the Yankees that ended Lou Gehrig's streak.
Indeed, you're right. First pitch to Portugal is up high. Gehrig had played in 2,130 games. Did not play in a game against Detroit on this date in 1939. It was Babe Dahlgren who played. And the sad note to this is Gehrig never played in another game. Played in all those games consecutively and then never played in another one.
That's amazing.
That's something. Nomo with the 2-0 pitch is a strike, and it's 2-1. On the left is Hideo Nomo's wife. She is obviously enjoying this ball game. Her husband has struck out 7. 2-1 pitch. Strike 2 call. Two balls, 2 strikes. Portugal swings and hits a high pop up into center field for Mondesi, who's shading his eyes, and he makes the catch. Mondesi did everything he could to keep from letting the sun and the wind prevent him from making that catch, and it's out number 2. And here's Darren Lewis, who is struck out, did that looking, and popped out in the 3rd inning. Robbie Thompson on deck. Here's the first pitch from Nomo, and it's inside. Lewis batting .222. And Nomo deals, and it's in the dirt. 2 balls, no strike.
Well, Hideo Nomo has done very well today. He's proven 3 things. 1, he can get big league hitters out. He can give his team a chance to win, and he can pitch under pressure.
And he can hit a hard ground ball once in a while.
Yeah, he can.
2-0 pitch. Lewis goes the other way. Henry Rodriguez is standing there to make the catch. A 3-up, 3-down inning for Hideo Nomo. We'll go to the 6th inning here at Candlestick. 0-0.
90 pitches for Hideo Nomo through 5 innings. You see his line, just 1 hit, 4 walks, 7 strikeouts. A fantastic outing and debut for the rookie right-handed pitcher, the Dodgers, Hideo Nomo.
Here was his walk-off into the dugout after that inning. And Offerman leads it off and takes a strike.
A handshake, a pat in the head.
Hand on the back, and a hug, I'm sure, later.
And in any language, that means good job. And it was a very good job.
Strike 2 call to Offerman, who does not like it. And he made it quite obvious, didn't he?
Yeah, he's got a pretty good point.
No balls, 2 strikes. Offerman is 1 for 1 with a walk. And he just stays alive as he got way out in front and just kind of rolled it foul.
For all you young hitters that are watching this at bat, Offerman is obviously upset over a 1-strike call that put him into a 1-1 count. You cannot let 1 pitch take you out of an at bat. You have to step out, regather your composure, get back in, and forget about that pitch.
Next pitch is in the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Oftentimes you'll get mad at a pitch called a strike by an umpire. You're not going to change his mind. Step out of the box, yourself back under control. Don't let that one pitch cost you an at bat.
Now, like anything else in sports, you have to have a short memory. You've got a long memory, especially in what has happened in your previous at bats. It's going to hurt you. Swing and a miss, and it hurt Offerman in that at bat.
This copyrighted telecast is authorized under television rights granted by the San Francisco Giants solely for the private non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the picture descriptions and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Giants and Sports Channel is prohibited.
Here's Raul Mondesi with one out. Mondesi reached on a fielder's choice and then singled in the third inning. He has one of the 3 hits that the Dodgers own in this game. This is a big inning for Mark Portugal, facing some tough hitters this inning. And this one breaks his bat. Clayton charges. He'll have to hurry if he throws, and they get him. Not by much. And another sparkling play by this Giants defense.
Good pitch inside, breaks the bat of Mondesi, and you see Clayton coming across. He has to field it, get himself under control, and he does not have much time because of the speed that Mondesi has, and that puts pressure on an infielder. But Royce Clayton make a very fine play, as he has done all afternoon, as the entire defense of the Giants infield has done all afternoon.
Mike Piazza singled and grounded out. Portugal throws, and it's a strike. 0-1.
Well, Portugal has really pitched beautifully today.
Pedro Osuna is throwing in the bullpen for the Dodgers. 0-1 pitch to Piazza into center field. Lewis is right there. He's got it. Another 3-up, 3-down inning for Mark Portugal as he is retired 10 in a row, and we're going to see Pedro Osuna. 0-0 here at the stick. Giants half of the 6th inning. 0-0. Antonio Osuna is going to be the new pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers. We've heard a lot about Hideo Nomo. We've heard a lot about this young players the Dodgers have. But of all the people we've heard about, this guy we've heard the most. He's supposed to not be afraid of anybody in any situation. He's one of the best kept secrets so far in the game.
Antonio Osuna, as we watch Hideo Nomo walk off the field, very triumphant opening start for the rookie right-hander. 5 innings, 1 hit, 4 walks, and 7 strikeouts. Congratulations. A heck of a debut. But Osuna just throws extremely hard, and he has very live movement on his fastball. Last year at AA level, in 35 games, he saved 19 of them. He was their stopper. He struck out 53 in 46 innings while walking only 18. Get a chance to look at Robbie Thompson defensively in the 2nd inning, robbing a hit away from Billy Ashley. Robbie's got the only hit for the Giants today, a double back in the 3rd inning, a 1-out double. The only blemish on Hideo Nomo's opening start.
So here's Osuna facing Robbie Thompson. We're in the 6th inning. First pitch is outside and low, 1-0.
At least you're supposed to say hi, Mom.
Thompson standing in, right-handed hitter, and the 1-0 pitch is a strike, and that makes it even at 1-1. Thompson, Bonds, and Williams here in the 6th inning. Swing and a miss. And it's 1-2.
Good tight little slider. Complements an extremely difficult fastball to hit. Difficult because it has speed and movement. This kid's got a rocket for an arm.
Osuna throws, and it's up high. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Just missed. 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Just missed.
So Thompson battling Osuna. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here the right-hander throws, and Robbie hits a ground ball to the right side. Delino DeShields has got it. Throws to first for the out. Well, we're going to let you hear what it sounds like from our Japanese partners across the way as they will do the play-by-play with Barry Bonds stepping in.
どちらかというと、中継ぎ、抑えというケースでやってましたね。ですから、若かったせいかね、そんなにそういう気持ちはなかったんですよね。
今、調子が出ましたが、今日は日本に放送しているという、私たちの名前まで紹介されるというようなネットワークの演出がありました。日本のファンが取ってくれます。日本に対しては大サービスという感じになっています。
ジャイアンツもこのバリー・ボンズがね、やっぱりバッティングは不調ですから非常に苦しいですよね。
やはりキャンプの不調整というのはありますか？
今一つ不十分だったんじゃないでしょうかね。
このボンズは昨年の確か5月4日でしたかね。現在千葉ロッテマリーンズにいるヒルマンというピッチャーから、当時彼メッツにいましたけど、右肘にデッドボールを受けて、それによって彼はほとんど1シーズン不調のままシーズンを終えたわけなんですよ。でオフシーズンに肘を手術しまして、今年は万全の体調で臨んだわけなんですけどもね、意外と結果が出てませんね。
とにかく過去3度の三冠王、実績を残しているボンズ。この試合は野茂に対してフォアボールとレフトフライ。バット止まります。2アウトランナー1塁。今日2つ目のフォアボールを選びました。しかし不調でもガンガン振ってくるんではなくて、見るところはきっちり見る。まだやはりパスが。
ちょうど今親と打ってましたね。
Now in Japanese or in English, it's a walk.
Hey.
The way you look at it.
Hey. That'd be my job in that broadcast. I'd be the guy that says, hey. Hey.
Here's Matt Williams.
Hey.
I think they have 2 announcers and then 1 guy in the middle, and that's what he does.
Hey.
Williams is walked and struck out. Bonds aboard with 1 out.
Hey.
And Glenn Allen Hill on deck.
Hey.
Antonio Osuna looking into Mike Piazza, and he'll step off. Bonds has a stolen base in this game, and the way this game is going, 1 run may do it. Hideo Nomo struck out 7. He walked 3 in the first inning, then went on to only walk 1 more after that. Williams and Osuna. The pitch. swing and a miss, and it's 0-1.
Ooh, country hardball. Fastball pitcher against a fastball hitter. And this is some one-on-one challenge. That is a big league fastball.
Well, Matt Williams has an idea now of the speed from Antonio Osuna. Snap throw, and Bonds is back.
That last fastball was 92 miles an hour. Osuna was signed by Mike Brito. And if that name sounds familiar, Mike Brito was also the scout that signed Fernando Valenzuela.
Pitch to Williams, fouled out of play. Osuna is 21 years old, 5'11", 160 pounds. He's not a big guy. He's from Mexico, and he's a rookie. This is his first appearance at the major league level.
I'm gonna have to question that 160 pounds.
Yeah, I was about to say that. It looks like he's put on a few since they asked him for that information. 0-2 to Williams. Osuna goes, and it's a strike on the outside corner. And Matt Williams disagrees with Bob Homolka.
Stay in the game, Matt. And here comes Dusty Baker. Get there before he gets run.
In a tight game, you need your cleanup hitter.
Well, Dusty did the right thing. He got him away from there. Matt Williams is hot. He thought that fastball was outside. He thought that he took the bat right out of his hands. Now you're going to have to watch him saying something in the dugout, because he'll hear you and he can still run you. You see how far out Mike Piazza is setting. And that pitch was about a foot outside.
Yeah, maybe even a little more. And that's what you call taking the bat out of your cleanup hitter's hand. Here's Hill. Bonds at first base. Glenallen Hill is walked twice. Glenallen Hill fans here at the stick. Clayton on deck. 2 down for Antonio Osuna. And he throws. Bonds goes. Piazza's throw is into center field. Bonds will pick it up late, and he'll be at second base. He's got his second stolen base of the season.
Fastball is a pretty good pitch for Piazza to throw off of. Right where you want it, but he shanks it and it goes into right. Bonds coming down. Like Kipe says, he picks this ball up late, otherwise he would have tried to go to third. Good hustling play by Offerman to back that throw up.
Pretty good tail on that throw.
Shanked it.
1-0 to Glenallen Hill with the lead run at second base and 2 outs. And the pitch, and it's outside. 2 balls and no strike. Mike was talking about Osuna and the success he had at Double-A in San Antonio. His ERA was under 1 with a 1-2 mark. 53 strikeouts and 46 innings pitched. 2-0 pitch. 3 balls and no strike.
Anytime you can take hits allowed and walks, add them together, and they're less than your innings pitched, you're dealing.
Yeah, that's almost unheard of, isn't it?
Doesn't happen very often. And Osuna, if you combine his hits allowed and walks, they total just 37 against 46 innings pitched. Add to the fact, as you mentioned, that he had more strikeouts than inning pitched with 53. That's dominance.
3-0 pitch, ball 4. And Royce Clayton, who is 0 for 2, will step up. And Clayton had the best chance of knocking in a run back in the 4th inning as he drove a ball into right center field that Mondesi just absolutely made a great catch on to take a hit and a run away from the Giants. Glenn Allen Hill working on his on-base percentage this afternoon as he has walked 3 times. Clayton batting .238. Osuna takes a look at the runner at second and he throws, and Clayton fouls it, and it's 0-1. Royce Clayton in 1993 had 70 RBIs. And he was a big part of the success of the Giants that year. Last year, Clayton tailed off in RBIs. 0-1 pitch is a breaking ball up high. Royce in 94 had 30 runs batted in. Of course, did not play in the same number of games either. In 93, played in 153 games. Last year, 108. 1-1 is the count to Clayton with Phillips on deck. And the 1-1 pitch is outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Bullpens are quiet.
Well, the Giants would love to get a run this inning because it figures to be Mark Portugal's last chance to get a win. And he pitched very well today, and you'd know that his teammates would love to get him a run just so he would have a chance at being eligible for a win.
Here's the pitch to Clayton, and it's up high. They'll check to see if he went around, and first base umpire says no way. 3-1. I don't see Matt Williams lose his temper with umpires very much.
No, you don't, but I mean, that was ridiculous.
That's the worst call of the year?
That's the worst call of the year.
All right.
And he's sitting there, and there's just fumes coming off of that body.
Who was that sitting next to him? Is that Kevin Rogers?
That's Kevin Rogers, The Rock.
I wouldn't sit there if I were you, Kevin. 3-1 is the count. Clayton takes a strike, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, now's not the time you walk up to Matt Williams and says, gee, Matt, you got to be a little tougher and try and protect with 2 strikes.
Oh, he might want to save that one for after the game.
It's tough
or
to...
even go get him next time. I don't think is even appropriate. And he's trying to get that man a run. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Runnels will be off on the pitch. And Osuna throws, and it's ball 4. J.R. Phillips will have a shot at it. This is much like the first inning where Nomo walked 3. Here Osuna has walked 3, and Wallace is going to come out and have a talk with his young right-hander.
When you have a fastball like Antonio Osuna has, very often you have a tendency to overthrow it. Pitching coach Dave Wallace will go out there and calm him down a little bit, break the rhythm up, get him a chance to catch his breath, and remind him you do not have to overthrow that good fastball. Osuna's good fastball, even throwing at 85%. It's going to be 91, 92 miles per hour, and he's got great movement on it. So throw that thing up there in the strike zone. Let's take our chances. It's the old reminder, you cannot defense a walk. And he has allowed 3 walks this inning, and he's in a jam right now.
Fry, Batista, left-hander, right-hander. J.R. Phillips with a chance to open this baby up. He has struck out twice. And if J.R. Phillips considers himself a fastball hitter, he'll get a shot at a fastball in this at bat. Asuna throws, and Phillips pops it up. Offerman going out. He's there. He makes the catch. Giants will strand 3 here in the 6th inning. We'll head to the 7th. 0-0. Now 0-0 as we head to the 7th inning. Mark Portugal will work the 7th as he has struck out 7. He's walked only 1, and he's given up 3 base hits. 2 of those 3 hits were back-to-back singles with 2 outs in the 3rd inning. So as well as Nomo pitched, Portugal has pitched just as well. And here's Eric Karros, and that pitch is down low. 1 ball and no strikes. As it's Fry and Batista working in the bullpen for the Giants. Karros is struck out and popped out. And this is hammered foul. It'll be Carlos Rodriguez and Billy Ashley. Here's Portugal as he throws, and it's up high. Here's the 2-1 pitch inside, 3-1, and the one thing Portugal does not want to do is walk the leadoff hitter in a tight game.
Who's been on the jugs gun today?
I'm not sure, but we've been getting some pretty good numbers. Oh, it's Alma Bullmore. Hammered foul. And that's into the seat. There's Alma with her appropriate cap on.
Sports Channel.
She's one of our favorites. 3-1 pitch is popped down the right field line, headed to the bullpen where there's a lot of folks, and it'll be into the seats. Three balls, 2 strikes.
I got to believe that in the dugout between innings, Mark Portugal did a pretty good sell job to get back out there and go into the 7th. Giants have 2 men in the bullpen ready to go.
This is hit high to left field. Bonds, however, has got room, and he makes the catch. Well, I've listened in to those sell jobs when you were doing the same thing. I mean, you're in a tight game. You need at least 1 run to help you pick up a win. You want to go out there.
And you know, Portugal knew that coming into this inning, he had to face Karros, Rodriguez, and Ashley. And the way that he's been throwing today and the type of command he's had, I think he felt he had an edge, and he wanted back out there. And I applaud Dusty for giving him the chance to go back out. I like that.
Here's the pitch to Rodriguez. It's down low. 1-0. Henry Rodriguez is grounded out and struck out. Portugal comes back, and he leaves this pitch outside. 2 balls and no strikes.
With all that has been said about the shortened spring training, starting pitchers not being allowed to go deep into the game,
Swing and a miss as Rodriguez trying to get on the board.
When you're throwing in a good rhythm and a good motion, you don't take much out of your arm. And Mark Portugal has been in great motion and rhythm all day out today, all afternoon. He has had good command of both sides of the plate. He's had command of all of his pitches, and he's not taking much out of his arm. Because of that, you can go out there and throw an extra inning.
Foul back, and it's 2-2.
What's great is when you have a pitching coach they'll lobby a little bit for you. And Dickey Pohl and Mark Portugal, pretty close relationship. I wouldn't be surprised if Dickey was down there lobbying as well.
Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's just off the plate. Now it's a full count to Rodriguez.
That pitch just missed.
That was the one Matt Williams is looking at the home plate umpire say, come on. Here's the payoff. Fouled right at Billy Ashley in the on deck circle, and it's still 3-2.
You wonder what was going on in his mind on that 2-strike pitch that just missed.
Here's the 3-2 pitch, and this one is hit off the end of the bat, and that rolls up against the short fence in foul territory. And a souvenir.
Good battle up there by Rodriguez. He's fighting off some good pitches. Portugal has not backed down despite the 3-ball count.
Outside. Ball 4. So Rodriguez is aboard by way of the base on balls, and here's Billy Ashley. And here comes Dusty Baker. Billy Ashley hit a one-hop bullet to the right of Robbie Thompson in the second inning, where Thompson made a terrific play. That made him 0 for 1. He struck out in the 4th inning looking.
Dusty goes right out there and he looks right in your eyes. And apparently he liked what he saw. He's going to leave him in there.
So Portugal will go after 6'7" Billy Ashley. Is Fry and Batista throwing the bullpen. Now timeout is called as a ball from the bullpen rolled right behind Reggie Smith. Billy Ashley batting 158. Giants will look for that ground ball. And Ashley could not hold up. It may have been a strike anyway. 0-1. Dave Hansen, left-handed hitter, on deck for the Dodgers. 0-0. We're in the top of the 7th inning. Portugal and Nomo were the starters. Ashley fouls this one, and it's 0-2. So both starters doing an excellent job here at Candlestick. Tomorrow night you'll see Pedro Estacio against Mark Leiter. Billy Ashley with a count of 0-2. Swing and a miss. Portugal struck him out. Took a little something off, may have been the changeup. And for Portugal, that's his 8th strikeout.
Mark Portugal coming in a 2-strike. Great changeup. He had Ashley all tied up in knots. Well, again, Mark Portugal has done it all day. He has pitched tough and really kept the Giants in this game. Been a duel Both sides of the fence coming up with some good pitching all afternoon.
Dave Hansen has popped out and grounded out. Put the ball in play in both at bats. Hansen, bench player for the Dodgers over the past couple of years, swings and misses, and it's 0-1. No balls and 1 strike. J.R. Phillips holding on Rodriguez at first base, and the 0-1 pitch. Strike called by Bob Homolka.
Boy, that's some paint. Open this at bat with a changeup that comes right back with another one away. Just an absolute perfect location.
So Dave Hansen will have to battle Mark Portugal as he falls behind 0-2. And the pitch, and it's outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Took a chance at trying to backdoor him with a breaking ball. Now Portugal has 3 things he can do with him. He can come inside with a fastball and try and lock him up. He could also go up top with it out of the strike zone to try and have him fish for it. He can bounce a curveball, or he can come back with a changeup away.
Here's the pitch, broken bat. Clayton's there. He's got it. Portugal with a fine job here in the 7th inning. And it's 7th inning stretch time as the Giants fans are up on their feet after 6.5. Dodgers nothing, Giants nothing.
Giants fans on their feet in appreciation of a great pitching job by Mark Portugal.
Manwaring, John Patterson is the pinch hitter. He'll be on deck. Here's the first pitch to Manwaring, and he fouls it off the screen. 0-1. Antonio Osuna facing Kurt Manwaring, who has struck out twice. Sure, Kurt happy to see that Hideo Nomo is out of the ball game. As Osuna throws, and it's up and into Manwaring. 1 ball and 1 strike. We needed that hat last year, didn't we, for our rally cap day? That's a beauty. Can you buy those or you make them?
I don't know. It's pretty impressive, though.
I can see you marching in a parade wearing that hat.
I'd wear that to church.
1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. 1-2. I like that hat.
Get a good hat, you got to wear that hat.
You bet. You guys got a hat on. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, and Kurt fights it off. Bobby Bonds shouting encouragement to Kurt Manwaring. Wendell Kim in the coaching box down the third base line. 1-2 to Kurt Manwaring. And the pitch. And Manwaring with a base hit. And the Giants have their leadoff hitter on here in the 8th. Make that 7th inning. And they'll have a pinch runner for Kurt Manwaring. And it'll be Tom Lampkin.
Breaking ball from Osuna, and he left it out up over the plate. Kurt Manwaring took advantage of it for just the 2nd hit today for the Giants.
Lampkin is the runner, and Patterson will be the hitter.
Now the question you have if you're Dusty Baker, do you bunt and set up the run in scoring position as the top of the lineup turns over, or do you let left-handed hitting John Patterson take a shot at trying to hit a ball through that hole? You've got an open right side with Eric Karros holding the runner on. Let's see how he plays it.
Lampkin with his lead, and Osuna steps off.
It's a good play if you're a pitcher, Kite. When the pitcher steps off Oftentimes a hitter will show early if he's going to bunt. Patterson did not show.
Now he shows bunt, and he pops it up, and that will be out of play. If you're John Patterson, when you're in the on-deck circle and the hitter in front of you is hitting, you're concentrating on what you have to do to get on base, and then when that hitter in front of you gets a base hit, all of a sudden you have to change your thinking, because now you may be asked to bunt. And now Osuna will step off, as Patterson showed very early that he was going to try to lay down the sacrifice bunt.
I like it when a hitter shows early because he freezes the third baseman. If you show late, third baseman knows he can crash because you can't bring it back. But if you show early, you can bring that bat back and take a slash in the butcher boy.
There's the bunt. It's bunted hard. He's going to go to second for one. To first, not in time. I'll tell you what, Antonio Osuna just made a perfect play to second base.
Ball bunted back up the middle. It afforded Osuna an opportunity to make this play, and he makes it indeed. He made it with a strike to second base, and they almost turned the double play. John Patterson caught too much of the infield with that bunt. You want to be a little more up the line. It enabled the pitcher to have a play in a ball, and you want to make your first baseman or your third baseman try. It's a little more difficult for them from their angles to make the play at second.
Here's Darren Lewis, who is 0 for 3. And he grounds this one right back to the pitcher. There's one, and there's two. Is Antonio Osuna, after allowing the leadoff single to Kurt Manwaring, no problem. We will go to the 8th inning, 0-0. So Lampkin and Fry are your battery. And Webster comes in 0 for 3 on the season. And Fry's first pitch is hit into center field. Lewis broke in. Now he breaks to his left, and he makes the catch. One pitch, one out. And Delino DeShields with a late start to the batter's box. DeShields came into the game batting 160. He is now 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, and that has dropped his average to 143. Matt Williams is in at the bag at third, and the breaking ball is a strike. Good curveball from Steve Fry. On deck is Jose Offerman. Check swing as that rolls foul. Nothing in 2 to Delino DeShields. Fry throws, and it's grounded off his glove and into center field, a base hit. So Delino DeShields comes up with his first hit and the 4th hit of the game for the Dodgers.
Fry frustrated. He just missed making a play on that ball. It tipped the top of his glove. Breaking ball hit right back up the middle, and just does hit off the tip of the glove of Steve Fry. Trickles into center field for just the 4th hit for the Dodgers today.
Jose Offerman standing in, right-handed, takes a strike from Fry. Offerman 1 for 2. He walked in the first inning, struck out in the 6th. On deck is Raul Mondesi. Fry throws, Runner goes. Throw down to second on the pitch out. Not in time. A stolen base for Delino DeShields.
Well, the Giants guess right. They call the pitch out. Lampkin comes up and he throws a little high. And that's a pretty close call.
Looks like the right one, though.
Looks like it was the right one. Third stolen base now for Delino DeShields.
And it's a ball and a strike to Offerman. Batista has been throwing for a while in the Giants bullpen. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's down low. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Get another chance to see the play at second. And he was safe. Good call. Dave Yeast, second base umpire, on his last day at the major league level as the regular umpires come back tomorrow.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Inside, 3 balls and 1 strike. Been nothing through 7 innings. 3-1 pitch. Strike. And it's 3-2.
Dodgers looking for their first run of the series, having been shut out yesterday. 3-1 fastball just nipping the outside part of the plate. Knee high. Good 3-1 pitch there.
Offerman. And the pitch. Grounded up the middle. It'll be right at Clayton. He's got it. 2 down. And the hitter will be Raul Mondesi, and Dusty Baker is coming out. Now Mondesi, very dangerous. 1 for 3 on the afternoon, and the call is for Batista. Jose Batista, who has only faced Mondesi a couple of times, and he's gotten him out both times. For the Giants, this is their 7th game that they have played. Batista has now been in 5 of them, and I think he better get used to it. Dusty's going to use him a lot. Mondesi singled in the 3rd inning. And that pitch tails inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Rod Beck and Pat Gomez now thrown in the bullpen. Beck on your left. 1-0 to Mondesi. The Shields at third base. The 1-0 pitch. Hit high into center field for Darren Lewis. Glasses down. He's got it. Batista throws 2 pitches, and he gets the Giants out of it here in the 8th inning. We played 7 1/2. 0-0. 0-0. Bottom of the 8th inning. Ismael Valdez will be the new pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers. They just keep running them out there, don't they? They all look the same. They all look like they're about 6'1" or 6'2", about 195 pounds.
And they all throw hard.
They all throw hard, huh?
No dookie ballers out of the bullpen this year. It's flames, flames, and more flames.
Now we've got a new left fielder. As Valdez will throw to Robbie Thompson, and Robbie hits it on the ground for Offerman. Double clutch, he throws, and he gets Thompson by a step. The new left fielder is Todd Hollinsworth. Hollinsworth is in left field. So Valdez retires Thompson. And here's Barry Bonds. Bonds has walked twice and has flied out. Matt Williams is on deck. Bonds swings and fouls it into the upper deck. And Valdez jumps out in front 0-1. Rod Beck continues to throw for Dusty Baker. The 0-1 pitch to Bonds is down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. 91 in the gun, says Alma Bullmore, and she's been right all day. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Bonds goes the other way towards the line. Hollingsworth is over, and this is a foul ball. Well, one guy knew that it was foul all the way, and that was Barry Bonds.
Did not move from the box. Yes, Alma Bullmore has been right all day on the jugs gun, except one time she had the backstop going 62 miles per hour.
Bonds takes strike 3. And he knew it.
You know, Valdez is supposed to be, he will start. He's the 5th starter for the Dodgers. He'll swing. He'll come out of the bullpen, and he makes a perfect 0-2 pitch to Bonds. And Bonds, he knew it.
Matt Williams has walked and struck out twice. The last one, however, was about 1.5 feet outside. And Matt gave the home plate umpire Bob Homolka an earful. Swing and a miss, 0-1. On deck is Glenn Allen Hill. 93 on the gun is Valdez is rushing it up there. One ball and 1 strike. You know, one distinct thing I have noticed now that Hideo Nomo isn't thrown anymore, the photographers are all gone. It is empty behind home plate. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Williams fouls it, and it's 1-2. Matt with a .348 batting average. Coming off a game yesterday where he was 3 for 4 with a run scored. 1-2. Valdez kicks and throws, and Williams fouls it into the glove of Piazza for out number 3. 2 strikeouts here in the 8th inning for Valdez. We'll go to the 9th. 0-0. Mike Piazza leads it off here in the 9th inning. And he takes a ball 1-0. For the Dodgers, Piazza, Karros, and Henry Rodriguez facing Jose Batista. The 1-0 pitch misses. 2 balls and no strikes. Pat Gomez, the left-hander, is in the bullpen trying to get loose.
You really have to keep the ball down to Piazza.
That's a strike, and it's 2-1.
He is very unforgiving with balls belt high or above. Loves balls up, and it doesn't have to just be fastballs. Any pitch you throw, it's up top, he wears it out.
And he hammers this one into right center field. Lewis will not catch up to it as it bounces against the wall. He recovers. His throw is into the cutoff man, Robbie Thompson. And the Dodgers have their leadoff hitter on here in the 9th inning. That's the first time in this game the Dodgers have had their leadoff hitter on.
Well, for a second there, he thinks he has one. He leaves the box like he thinks it's out of here. Candlestick keeping this one in the yard, bouncing off the fence. Nice play by Darren Lewis to get this ball back in. And Piazza's still favoring that sore hamstring. He's going to be replaced for a pinch runner.
Reggie Williams is the pinch runner. Now Williams at second base. Eric Caro steps in. And Batista throws, and the pitch is inside for a ball.
Eric Karros, who's been having a red-hot bat since he left spring training. I doubt if they're going to bunt him or ask him to hit a ground ball to the right side of the infield. You get a hot hitter like Karros, runner in scoring position late in the game, swing that bat and try to knock him in.
Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that's a strike to make it 1-1. Henry Rodriguez will follow Eric Karros. Williams is the runner at second base with nobody out. 2 for 8 lifetime. Karros against Batista. And the pitch, and it's fouled out of play. Karros is hitless in 3 at-bats. He hit the ball in the air twice, and then he struck out. He is 1 for 2. I'll make that 0 for 3. I beg your pardon. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Hit on the ground to Matt Williams. He knocks it down, picks it up, throws in time, and Eric Karros is gone.
Boy, a tough hop made to look easy by Matt Williams. All you young players watching Matt Williams, the ball comes off your body, stays in front of you, you relax your hands, let it fall, set yourself, take your time. You saw Matt look the runner back at second and get the out at first. It's hard to do when the ball comes off your glove and you don't field it cleanly. Oftentimes you'll panic. If you relax your hands, the ball drops straight down, you pick it up and you make your play.
Now Dusty comes out. He's going to make a pitching change. It's going to be Pat Gomez. This will be his 3rd game. He has pitched 2 innings, allowed 1 earned run, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, and he'll be facing the left-handed hitting Henry Rodriguez, who is 0 for 2 with a walk. And Gomez will kick and throw, and the first pitch is a strike.
Good hard breaking ball to open up the at bat for Pat Gomez. He's been throwing very well since he left camp.
0-1 to Gomez. Or to Rodriguez, I beg your pardon, and that's fouled at the plate. And just like that, Gomez has jumped out in front, 0-2. Carlos Hernandez is in the on-deck circle. Oh, 2 to Rodriguez. And the pitch. And did he go around? Yes. Gomez strikes out the first hitter that he faces. And here's Hernandez.
Pat Gomez coming with an 0-2 slide ball, and that's nasty. 0-2, see you later. Rodriguez cannot hold up.
So it is Carlos Hernandez, right-handed hitter. And he takes the pitch outside. Hernandez did the catching in yesterday's game, and he went 0 for 3. Pat Gomez working to Carlos Hernandez, and that misses. 2 balls and no strikes. Dave Hansen is in the on-deck circle. He is the scheduled hitter that would follow Hernandez, and he is a left-handed hitter. There is a base open at first. See what Pat Gomez does. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's 3-0. Mark Dewey down the right field line in the Giants bullpen. Here's the 3-0 pitch, and it's ball 4. So that'll put runners at first and second, and it will not be Hansen. It'll be Ingram. Gary Ingram will be the pinch hitter. We saw Ingram yesterday as he started at third base for Tommy Lasorda. He went 0 for 2. Ingram is 3 for 10 on the season. No home runs and 1 RBI. So Pat Gomez, Dodger runners at first and second with 2 outs. He throws to Ingram, and it's right on the outside corner for a strike. So Gomez, after walking Hernandez on 4 pitches, comes back and immediately jumps out in front of Ingram. Next pitch, down and in, 1 ball and 1 strike. Mark Dewey, a spectator as he stands on the bullpen mound. 1 ball and 1 strike. The pitch, same spot, it's 2-1. Two balls and 1 strike with 2 outs. Nothing ball game. We're at the stick. And the 2-1 pitch. Hit on the ground. Matt Williams has got it. He says no play to throw is in time. He got him at third. What a play by Matt Williams as he went to second for the force play. And the Giants defense, what can you say? They do it again. Now, right now, they're going to have to do it with their bats. It's Glenn Allen Hill who leads it off. Hill has walked 3 times, and he pops the first one back, and that'll be in the upper deck. 0-1. Giants have stranded 6. 3 in the first inning and 3 in the 6th. And the next pitch to Hill is a strike, says the home plate umpire. It's 0-2. Our new left fielder, Reggie Williams. Ingram goes into play third. The 0-2 pitch to Hill. He hammers this one out of play along the right side. The catcher is Hernandez. Valdez kicks and throws to Hill, and Glenn Allen lines it to center field, but it's right at Mondesi. Well, that's the first out here in the 9th inning. Royce Clayton struck out in the first inning, hit a fly ball into right center that Mondesi made a great catch on in the 4th, and then he walked in the 6th. Here's the pitch to Clayton. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. On deck is J.R. Phillips, and a swing and a miss.
Boy, Valdez has an excellent fastball. 91 miles per hour. Shot it right by Royce Clayton.
Dave Burba throwing in the bullpen for the Giants. 1-1 pitch to Clayton, a slow roller that Ingram has got, and he throws to first for the out. 2 down. This one looks like it's ticketed for extra innings as J.R. Phillips steps to the plate.
Well, J.R. has the power to end this ball game with 1 swing. And he said he likes hard throwers, and he's seen them all day long. Coming in this at bat, he struck out twice and he's popped up with the bases loaded. He is due.
Valdez throws, and Phillips takes the pitch that both Valdez and Hernandez thought was a strike, and it's 1-0. For Phillips, he'll be looking for a pitch to drive, and it's outside. 2 balls and no strike.
Well, they know that Phillips' strength is from the middle of the plate in. You see Carlos Hernandez setting up away. It's in respect of J.R. Phillips' power. They don't want to give him something. They're going to go outside hard again.
That's a strike, and it's 2-1.
They don't want to give him something middle of the plate in that he can pull.
J.R. Phillips standing in the box with a count of 2-1. And that's way off the plate. 3 balls and 1 strike. Giants and Dodgers both coming in with a record of 3-3. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Strike 2 called, and now it's a full count. Valdez and Phillips. The pitch fouled out of play as Phillips had a good cut on it. Tom Lampkin would be the next hitter if Phillips gets on. Here's the pitch. He hits it the other way, and that should be a souvenir, and it nails into the seats.
Well, you watch Hernandez came across the plate. He'd been sitting up outside the entire at bat, and they sat up inside. That's right there at J.R. Phillips' strength.
Here's the pitch. Phillips straight up. Hernandez right at home plate makes the catch. For the Giants, they go down in order here in the 9th. We're going to extra innings. 0-0. Schofield, right-handed hitter, middle infielder, swings and misses on the first pitch. Schofield has been up 3 times. He's played in 3 games, and he has 1 hit. Dodgers out hitting the Giants 5 hits to 2. And the next pitch misses to Schofield. It was Robbie Thompson who narrowly missed hitting a home run in the 3rd inning off of Hideo Nomo. That was one of the Giants' hits. The other one came in the 7th inning as Kurt Manwaring led off the inning with a solid single to left field. Here it's 1-2 to Schofield. Gomez throws, and it's inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. I think we've seen a much different Pat Gomez this year than last year, as he is really 100% healthy, and he's got a little life in that arm.
He's always had a pretty good fastball. The problem he's had is trying to control it, and that control oftentimes is because he didn't have the confidence to throw it across the plate. This year he's throwing with more confidence, and he's much more successful. Very aggressive.
Here's a 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and Schofield is out on strike.
Good hard slider for a breaking ball. Pat Gomez When he gets that fastball over, it sets up that slider. And Schofield really is mismatched on this pitch.
And that's Gomez's second strikeout. With one out, here's Delino DeShield, who singled in his last at bat. And that was his first hit in the game. He is now 1 for 4. He picked up that base hit off of Steve Fry. Hit a ground ball right back up the middle. This one's in the dirt. 1-0 to Delino DeShield. Dusty has Rod Beck once again throwing in the bullpen. Giants and Dodgers in an extra inning game. Down low, 2 balls and no strike. Most of the folks that paid to get in here have stuck around. Here's the 2-0 pitch, fouled out of play, and it's 2-1. For the Giants in their half of the 10th inning, it'll be Lampkin, the pitcher spot, and then the top of the order. 2-1 pitch out of play, and it's 2-2.
DeShields likes the ball middle of the plate in. A 2-strike count. He will chase a breaking ball out of the zone, and he will go fishing for a ball out of the strike zone high as well. Fastball. Giants play him straight away. Shade the left field from center, and Barry Bonds is dramatically playing him on the left field line. Left field.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Right there. Strike 3 called. The third strikeout for Gomez.
Gomez just throwing darts. Paints the outside corner. This is a great pitch from a left-handed pitcher to a left-handed hitter. That's a good hard slider, and it freezes Delino DeShield. The Giants bullpen is really starting to take some shape. We've seen a different Steve Fry this year than we saw in '94. Pat Gomez has come of age. He's a mature pitcher now. Big difference when they throw with confidence. 89-mile-an-hour fastball. Gomez has been up over 90.
Jose Offerman takes the pitch outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Offerman is 1 for 3. He walked in the first inning. Hit .210 last year with a home run, 25 RBIs. 2-0 pitch on the corner at the knees, 2-1.
Well, that's a tough 2-0 pitch. I mean, he's not just giving in and throwing it to the fat part of the plate. He's still working his corners. The ball's knee high out the outside part of the plate.
That one gets away, and it's 3-1. Matt Williams is even with the bag at third. Now he takes a step back. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it misses. Ball 4. And Dusty Baker says, I don't know if I want Gomez pitching to Raul Mondesi. And he looks at the bullpen, but he hasn't made a motion yet towards it. Now he does.
Well, why not? You know, it's an extra inning ball game. Beck's not going to have to go take a lead and save it by starting an inning off. You're in the fat part of your lineup now with Mondesi, Piazza, Karros coming up, all right-handed hitters. You've got your stopper warmed and ready. It's a good move.
Beck coming in, 0-0. Pitched 2 1/3 innings, has walked 1, struck out 2, and he has 1 save. For Beck, this is the 3rd game that he has pitched in for the Giants, and he'll be facing Raul Mondesi. Mondesi is singled in 3 official at bats. He walked, or make that, he's singled in 4 at bats. He reached on a fielder's choice in the first inning. Be a good matchup, Beck and Mondesi, and he hits one high to left field. Bond says he's got room. He's there. He makes the catch. Maybe at another day, but not this one.
Stick got him.
Rod Beck comes in, retires Raul Mondesi. We'll head to the home half. 0-0. 0-0. Bottom of the 10th inning. Is Raul Mondesi gave everyone here at the stick a little bit of a scare as he put a little into that ball. He hit the left field.
He got it all. That ball was crushed, and the stick got him. It ate him up. The wind blowing in from left field, and on any other given day, that ball is over the bleachers. But the wind knocked it down, kept it in, and we go to the bottom of the 10th.
So your suggestion would be is if you're going to hit one well, don't hit it high.
Oh, man.
Hit it on the line.
He got all that. He was frustrated. He went around first base knowing that ball was out of here. Just a first pitch fastball. Boom! Barry, yeah, you know, maybe get to the wall.
Leslie said, woo.
He knows it. He's hit him like that, and he's had balls kept in this ballpark as well. He knows only too well. Right now, left field is closed up. The ball will, however, carry to right field.
So that'll bring in Todd Worrell to pitch here in the 10th inning, and he'll be facing Tom Lampkin, who came in to pinch run for Kurt Manwaring in the 7th inning. Lampkin is 0 for 3 on the season. Todd Benzinger is in the on-deck circle, and the pitch to Lampkin is up high, 1-0.
Todd Worrell this year said he's going to pitch and be a little more egocentric on the mound.
Okay, what does that mean?
Well, I don't know. We're still thinking about that. I've never heard that before.
Here's the 1-0 pitch to Lampkin, and he fouls it back. Huh. Now we'll chew on that one for a while.
That was. Oh, I'd never heard that before.
1 ball, 1 strike to Lampkin. 8 home runs in Phoenix last year. And he pops this one. Offerman backpedaling. 1 down here in the 10th inning. The gun, 94 miles an hour. Todd Worrell.
We have not seen anybody come out of the Dodger bullpen today, or even Hideo Nomo for that matter, who started the game, that had anything less than 90 miles an hour on their fastball. Now Todd Worrell tops it out at 94.
Yep, they can break in some gloves down in that bullpen. Benzinger steps in and swings and misses. Todd has only been up to bat 1 time this year. He has an RBI. He is 0 for 1. Darren Lewis is on deck.
Benzinger 2 for 6 lifetime with 2 home runs.
And he fouls this one into the seats. It's 0-2. Todd Benzinger, switch hitter. Kind of an insurance policy for the Giants. And Worrell throws, and it's in the dirt. 1-2 to Benzinger.
2 for 6, 2 home runs, and Worrell has struck him out 3 times. So it's pretty much outhouse or castle for Todd Benzinger up against Todd Worrell.
Worrell wears that hat covering his eyes, and it's down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
The way that wind's blowing right now, and because left field's closed up, you want to send some left-handed hitters up there. They have a better chance of pumping one out of here. Right field live, wide open. Wind's carrying well there.
Here's a 2-2 pitch. Yes. Strike 3. Pretty good spot for that pitch from Todd Worrell.
Only perfect. 95-mile-an-hour fastball on the black, knee high, away. See you later.
And here's D. Lou. Oh for 4 are the numbers for Darren Lewis this afternoon. Hit into a double play his last at bat. And Lewis out in front, 1-0. Dave Burba getting loose in the bullpen. 1-0 pitch to Darren Lewis is a strike. He's getting it up there. That one was 96.
He's just getting stretched out now. 96 miles per hour.
And this is from a guy that spent almost 2 years on the disabled list.
With a blown up elbow.
Comes back. Throws another strike, and it's 1-2.
He's throwing an 82-mile-an-hour slider.
Oh.
My last year, that was my best fastball.
1-2 to Darren Lewis, who steps out. Robbie Thompson on deck. Worrell throws, got him, strike 3, nasty pitch. 2 strikeouts for Todd Worrell. We've played 10. Well, might as well go to the 11th. 0-0. Reggie Williams leads it off. He'll be facing new pitcher for the Giants, Dave Burba. Burba is 0-1. And he throws, and Williams takes the pitch out of the strike zone. 1-0. Reggie Williams has only been up 1 time this year. He's appeared in 4 games. And Burba throws a strike.
One of the things that Dave Burba wants to work on this year is his consistency when he throws 2 days in a row. Last year, his ERA throwing 2 days in a row was in the 7s. If he had 2 days rest, his ERA was under 1. So things to work on this season. He's very well aware of it.
Got him. Burba polishes off Reggie Williams.
Polishes him off with some gas too. That's a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. He threw 3 fastballs, all taken by Reggie Williams. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Gas on the black.
So Bob Himolka, the math teacher, actually I guess he's a math professor, punches him out at home plate. Here's Eric Karros in the dirt, and it's 1 ball and no strike.
Homolka, the plate umpire, he's getting a look at some pretty nice quality fastballs. Everybody, it seemed like today, had the ball up around 90 miles per hour. At times we saw 96.
Inside for a ball, 2-0. Karros is 0 for 4. Good fastball hitter, however. Swings and misses, and it's 2-1.
95 miles per hour.
Two balls and 1 strike to Karros. Burba throws, and this is fouled off of Lampkin.
97 miles per hour.
Well, it had to have been that one that hit Lampkin on the shoulder. And Burba, with that great winter workout to get in shape, climbing old Camelback, is bringing it. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Foul again. You climbed that mountain?
Well, this is the mountain that Dave Burba's on top of right now. 97 miles per hour. And for 6'4", 220-pound Dave Burba, he got everything behind it.
And Karros stays alive by popping this one into the seat. Who will be the first to reach 98 today?
Well, you got a little competition going between Dave Burba and Todd Worrell.
And Karros right now is getting some pretty good hacks.
That was a paltry 95 miles per hour there. Big Dave really reaching back. A little country hardball with Eric Karros.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing struck him out.
Well, you had to wonder when he was going to throw the slider. And Eric Karros just was not ready for it.
Is that 93 on the slider?
I don't think so. But it almost handcuffs Tom Lampkin.
So 2 strikeouts for Burba. And the left-handed hitting Henry Rodriguez. Steps in. Rodriguez is 0 for 3 with a walk. He has struck out twice. And that pitch is down low. Portugal had 8 strikeouts. 13 Dodgers have struck out in this game as Rodriguez fouls this one out of play. The Giants have struck out 12 times.
You've seen a good old-fashioned duel. Both clubs putting on a clinic here on the mound today.
That's a strike. 1 and 2 now to Rodriguez.
Rodriguez has to kind of feel like a boxer who can't get off a punch. I think he had an intention to swing there, but the ball just was blown right by him. 96 miles per hour.
Here's the 1-2. Got him outside corner. And Burba strikes out the side. And he does it in great fashion. We'll head to the home half of the 11th inning. It's a Mike Krukow kind of game. 0-0. Robbie Thompson batting .250. Doubled off the left field wall in the 3rd inning. Here's Worrell's first pitch, and he takes a strike. Bonds is on deck. Worrell pitching from the stretch. He throws, and Thompson a slow roller right to Worrell, who tosses it down to first for the out. And with 1 out, here's Bonds, 0 for 2 with 2 walks. Bonds flied out in the 3rd inning. Struck out looking against Valdez in the 8th. Worrell deals. Bonds swings and misses 0-1. Three for 8 lifetime. Bonds against Worrell. No home run. And the 0-1 pitch is inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Cianez is thrown in the bullpen for the Dodgers. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch to Bonds on the corner. 1 and 2. Running it up there pretty good. 95.
95 with good location. That's a tough combination.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Bonds goes the other way, and that'll be in the seat.
Worrell hung a slider up and away. Ball was up. Very hittable.
Bonds battling Todd Worrell. Dodgers shading Bonds in the outfield to pull the ball. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Hit on the ground to the right side. Delino to Shields has it. He throws on the first for the out. Oh, Bond's disgusted with his at bat, and here's Matt Williams, who was walked and struck out 3 times. Williams batting .333, 3 hits in yesterday's game. And Worrell kicks and throws, and the breaking ball is a strike, 0-1.
When a guy throws 95 miles per hour, you're not up there looking for a slider first pitch. Worrell can get that pitch over. That's a real easy way to steal a strike.
Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's off the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike.
That was the pitch that Matt Williams was called out on strikes back in inning number 6. Fastball way off the plate away. And he almost got tossed.
1 ball, 1 strike. Worrell throws, and Williams lines it into left field, a base hit. So the first hit that the Giants have had since Manwaring led off the 7th inning with a hit, and the first hit against Todd Worrell. And it comes with 2 outs here in the 11th.
Breaking ball. Matt Williams stays on nicely. Laces into left field.
Glenn Allen Hill has walked 3 times, and he lined out to center field. Here's Worrell, and it throws it outside and low. We're in the bottom of the 11th inning here at Candlestick. This game started at 12:35. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Popped up. Foul territory. Carroll's giving chase. He's got a chance, and he dropped it.
You're kind of on your own once you get over in front of the visitor's dugout. They're not going to tell you how much room you have before you hit the wall, so it gets to be a little guesswork. And Carroll's stopped his run a little short, and it cost him. It gives Glenn Allen Hill another chance.
He had a little bit more room than he thought.
Tough error there.
That is a tough error, and it's 1-1 to Glenn Allen Hill. The lead by Matt Williams. And the pitch is outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Glenn Allen Hill with a couple of home runs this year, 7 RBIs. Taking a look at Todd Worrell. And it's outside, and it's 3-1. If Hill were to get on, Royce Clayton would be the scheduled hitter for the Giants. Remember, tomorrow's game is the final game of this series. Pedro Estacio against Mark Leiter. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and Hill pops it up right side of the diamond. Delino to Shields. And they come together, and it's Delino to Shields who makes the catch. That'll do it for the Giants. No runs, a base hit. They strand 1. We'll go to the 12th. 0-0. Well, we've reached the 12th inning, and it's 0-0. Only 8 hits in this game. And the first pitch to Carlos Hernandez is a strike. Hernandez walked in the 9th inning. And Dave Burba kicks and throws, and another fastball, and it's 0-2.
Oh, he is just blowing smoke.
0-2 to Hernandez. And this is fouled out of play. Dave Burba on the mound for Dusty Baker, and the 0-2 pitch is outside. We're in the 12th inning.
Gonna go fastball away.
And this is popped towards the end of the bat, weakly down the right field line. And hang on, gentlemen. Yes, sir. Takes a bow.
Take a bow.
He's got something going on. A hot dog. Hit on the ground into left field. A base hit. A leadoff single for Carlos Hernandez.
Burba stayed away the entire at bat. Came inside with a fastball and it cost him.
That'll bring to the plate Ingram. Ingram with 2 outs, and runners at first and second hit a bullet down the third baseline. There's the bunt attempt, but he takes the pitch outside, and Matt Williams just made an outstanding play. Took a hit away from Ingram and really saved the Giants. One of many terrific defensive plays we've seen this afternoon. Hernandez, the base runner at first. Ingram with a count of 1-0. Trying to get the base runner down to second.
You want to bunt that ball down the first base line. Let that first baseman cover it.
And there's the bunt. And J.R. Phillips caught it. Very aggressive J.R. Phillips.
You know, this young man is maybe struggling with a bat, but he's made up for it with a glove. Fine play. Aggressive coming in. The sliding catch. And that takes away the out that the Dodgers were willing to give up to sacrifice their runner to second.
Chris Gwynn steps in to be the pinch hitter. And the first pitch is hit into the seats. 0-1 to Gwynn. Chris Gwynn is a pinch hitter, is 0 for 3 this year. Chris Gwynn is the younger brother of Tony Gwynn, future Hall of Famer with the San Diego Padres. Delino DeShields is on deck. See if Tommy Lasorda tries the hit and run. He does not, and it's a swing and a miss, and it's 0-2.
Really good fastball from Dave Burba.
Sometimes when the bunt play does not work, a manager will immediately, with the next hitter, use the hit and run just to get something going, get the infielders defensively moving.
Not much speed with Hernandez at first.
Here's the 0-2 pitch, and look out in the seats. Stay away.
Chris Gwynn has one similarity to his brother Tony. They both are front foot hitters. Gwynn comes off his back foot, his plant foot. Then his front foot, where he lands, is where he transfers his weight. And it's all up front when he makes contact.
0-2 as Gwynn steps out.
That's not the type of swing you want to hit a home run. It's more of a contact hitter's stroke. And that's what he is.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. And this one is pulled past Reggie Smith. And our ball dude will recover it. $16,099. Watching, as Mike Krukow put it earlier, a great game. 0-0. And now Gwynn will step out. A pitcher's duel. Here's the pitch from Burba. Up high. 1-2 now the count. I would say, Mike, that the night game tomorrow night probably couldn't come at a better time. Give the troops a chance to rest a little bit.
Rest those legs. It's been a long afternoon. Still early in the year.
1-2 pitch. Gwynn hammers this one into right center field. Lewis will cut it off. Hernandez will go to third. And the Dodgers with their best scoring opportunity. And it comes here in the 12th inning. Well, Gwynn, who was having a tough time pulling the baseball, had no trouble with that one.
Matt over there sneaking in. With 1 out, there's always the possibility of a squeeze play. Matt Williams has established himself around the league is that he'll go over there and stand as close to the runner and try and pick up a signal, a verbal signal from the third base coach. Usually if there's a squeeze play that gets put on, the third base coach will go over to the runner and say it's on, or some other sign, but it's always an obvious. It's not, there's no code words. So Matt Williams started this a few years ago, and it really has frustrated a few plans, and it actually worked one time with Don Zimmer in Colorado.
It's tradition now, and I think it's great. Now Delino to Shields, who was struck out 3 times. He has flied out in single. Runners at first and third with 1 out. We are in the 12th inning, and Dave Burba needs a strikeout. Thompson and Clayton will play halfway. And now Matt Williams again will listen into the conversation.
Matt Williams did pick something up. He has a signal that he would relay to Kurt Manwaring, and they would pitch out with it.
Here's the pitch to the Shields, and it's outside. 1-0. Well, Lasorda likes the situation the Dodgers are in right now. 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch. That's a strike, and it's 1-1. And DeShields kind of hangs his arms down to his side as he looks at the home plate umpire.
Well, Dave Burba almost threw that ball by Lampkin. Lampkin was set up outside. The ball came across the plate inside. Almost got by him.
1-1 pitch. Line drive. Thompson to Phillips. Double play. And Burba charges off the mound like it's just the way I had it planned. We'll go to the bottom of the 12th inning. 0-0. The Giants will send up Royce Clayton, J.R. Phillips, and Tom Lampkin against Rudy Cianez, who is 2-0. He's got a couple of saves, 2 hits in 2 innings with 3 strikeouts. Cianez is appearing in his 4th game.
And if you think this guy's a dookie baller, forget it. Nothing but flames coming out of the Dodgers bullpen this year. And Cianez is another page in a fine book.
Here's the first pitch, and Clayton hits a foul ball backing out of play. Royce Clayton is 0 for 3 with a walk. Giants have 3 base hits. The Dodgers with 7. Seems like a long time ago Hideo Nomo started this game. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's outside and high. 1 ball and 1 strike. J.R. Phillips on deck. Phillips waiting.
That last pitch was 97 miles per hour.
1 ball, 1 strike. And that hits the corner. 1-2. would say all day, Mike, both staffs have hit that outside corner in this game better than I've seen in a long time.
Well, that's the thing that's so impressive about what we've seen today is not only have they had great stuff, they've had great location. And when you combine those two, it's a rough afternoon with a bat in your hand.
We haven't seen too many of those pitches on the inside part of the plate. But obviously it hasn't been necessary. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and Clayton with a slow roller to Cienez, who throw on to first for the out. One, 3, and that'll bring to the plate J.R. Phillips. Phillips 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts and 2 pop-outs. But definitely a threat. One of the light tower shadows is right around the home plate area. Phillips standing in, and seeing his throws, and it's a strike. Mark Carrion getting loose. 0-1 to J.R. Phillips. Seeing his deals, and another strike. So J.R. Phillips falls behind 0-2. Seeing is trying to polish him off. And he does. With a high fastball. And we have a winner. 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
Well, when a guy throws 98 miles per hour, your only chance of hitting him is if it's in the strike zone. When you start swinging at him up around your letters and out of the strike zone, you don't have much chance.
Lampkin will bat for the second time. He came in as a pinch runner in the 7th inning for Kurt Manwaring. And Cienez throws a fastball right by Tom Lampkin. 0-1. The Colorado Rockies made Rudy Cienez a very important part of their initial scheme of things their first year. Next pitch to Lampkin, another swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. The Rockies drafted Jody Reed very early in the expansion draft and immediately traded Reed to the Dodgers for Rudy Cienez. But Cienez hurting his arm. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and Lampkin goes down swinging. A 1-2-3 inning for Rudy Cienez and the Dodgers. And hey, let's go to the 13th. 0-0. Couple of changes. Mark Dewey comes in to pitch for San Francisco. He replaces Dave Burba, and now doing the catching is Jeff Reed. The double switch means that Dewey will bat in the 8th spot and Jeff Reed will hit in the 9th, which means Reed will lead off the bottom of the 13th when the Giants come to bat. Dewey will be facing Jose Offerman here in the 13th. It'll be Offerman, Mondesi, and Reggie Williams. Offerman is 1 for 3. And he has walked twice, so Offerman's been on base 3 times. Dewey has been excellent in his appearances this year, as that pitch is 2 balls and no strikes. He has 3 strikeouts, allowed 3 hits in 3 2/3 innings. Mark Dewey winds and throws a 2-0 pitch, and Offerman taking all the way takes a strike. On deck is Mondesi. Right now, both bullpens are very quiet. Here's a 2-1 pitch, ball 3. It would be wise for Mark Dewey not to walk Jose Offerman. here to lead off the 13th. Dewey throws, and he walked him. So Offerman walks for the 3rd time in the game. And that'll bring up Raul Mondesi. Mondesi has 1 hit in 5 at-bats. He singled in the 3rd inning. Right now, with all the changes that Tommy Lasorda has made, Mondesi is the Dodgers' best hitter. You'd probably say that whether there were changes or not. Nevertheless, you doubt that Lasorda would take the bat out of Mondesi's hand by having him bunt. Offerman with good speed at first base. And it'll be up to Mark Dewey to keep Offerman from getting a good lead and a good jump. Mondesi batting .444. And Dewey throws, and it's outside for a ball, 1-0. Reggie Williams is on deck.
Mark Dewey has missed consistently down out of the strike zone. You have to miss, that's where you want to miss, but it's time now to throw a strike. What he'd like to do is get Mondesi to hit one of those sinkers on the ground. Giants looking for a double play ball.
Both Clayton and Thompson playing at double play depth on the infield, which means they're closer to the bag at second, and they've taken a couple of steps in. Offerman with his lead at first base. Mondesi takes a strike, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Jared Phillips, of course, holding Offerman, the base runner, at first. Matt Williams about 4 steps from the line at third. Straight away in the outfield for Raul Mondesi. Giants respect Mondesi and his ability to hit the all field. Again, Offerman being held close at first base. See where Bonds is in relationship to the left field line. And Offerman gets back in standing up.
That's tough enough to have to pitch to Raul Mondesi without distraction. When you have Offerman at first base, he's definitely a base stealing threat. And Offerman's trying to get inside of Dewey's head to distract him where he would possibly make an errant pitch. So you got cat and mouse all over the field right now.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Mondesi fouls it back, and Dewey has now come back, and he's ahead on the count, 1-2. Dodgers with 7 hits. They've committed 1 error. The Giants 3 hits, and they've played excellent defense. They have no errors. Right now, the Dodgers with their leadoff hitter on and nobody out. 1-2 is the count to Mondesi. At one time, there was, well, the paid attendance was 16,000. Again, Offerman gets back in standing up.
All you can do if you're in your stretch is try and upset the rhythm of the runner. Throw over, throw quickly to the plate, take some time to throw the plate. Each time you throw the plate, make sure that runner stops before you go.
And Mondesi pounds this one right at home plate. Still 1-2 to Raul Mondesi.
Mark Dewey being very deliberate this inning. Once Offerman got on base, he has slowed his pace down. He normally is a very quick worker.
Runner goes, a pitch out to throw down to second, and they'll have Offerman in a rundown, and they'll tag him.
For the third time this series, Dusty Baker has picked the Dodgers clean. He's guessed right in 3 instances on a pitch out, and here it works. Really gets the Giants out of a jam. Pitch out, Jeff Reed throwing the strike, and Offerman knows he's dead meat. He tries to scamper back to first, but to no avail.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes. And those 2 guys right there have their own little rivalry going. You know that. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Mondesi, who doesn't strike out that much, strikes out for the first time in this game.
A great pitch by Mark Dewey. It's a fastball that runs up and in. And Mondesi gets all bunched up in the swing. Good battle right there. Cannot extend his hands. He's all tied up.
Here's Reggie Williams. Came in as a pinch runner in the 9th inning. Stayed in the game and faced Burba in the 11th inning and struck out looking. Mark Dewey with the 1-0 pitch, and this one's popped up. Royce Clayton and Matt Williams, and it's Matt Williams with the basket catch. So Mark Dewey comes through in the 13th inning, and the Dodgers go down. We'll head to the home half, 0-0. Cianez facing Jeff Reed. And Cianez will throw from the stretch, and the first pitch is up high. Reed batting for the first time in this game. 1 for 5 this year with 2 walks. Rudy Cianez delivers, and it's in the same spot. And Cianez right now is all over the place.
That's all Hernandez is going to tell him now is, hey, listen, just throw at a speed you can throw over the plate. You don't need to impress somebody throwing a 99-mile-an-hour fastball. 95 is good enough. Just get that thing down in the strike zone. He is throwing hard right now.
2 balls and no strikes. Reed taking, and he takes a strike as Cianez took a little off to get that in the strike zone. Aaron Lewis is on deck. It's the Giants and the Dodgers. 0-0 in the bottom of the 13th. 2-1 pitch. Reed hits it on the ground. It's Offerman. He's got it. He throws in time. 1 out. And with 1 out on the board, that'll bring to the plate Aaron Lewis. Aaron Lewis is got an 0 in this game. 0 for 5. Couple of strikeouts. He's hit into a double play. He's popped up and he's lined out. 0 for 6 doesn't look good in the box score. You got to stay away from those 0 for 6s. First pitch to Lewis. He shows bunt, and it's 1-0. We're talking about that game in 1963 between the Giants and the Milwaukee Braves, where it was Marichal and Spahn, and there were some 0 for 10s in that game. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. He's got a pretty good heater going right now.
Well, that last one was 97 on the gun. With that in mind, the Dodgers have really pinched the outfield together. They have given Aaron Lewis all the line he wants in left field.
And Ingram is really part of third base. He is standing right on the line and about 2 steps from the bag at third. He's trying to take the bunt away from Lewis and giving him the hole between short and third. Right back up the middle, a base hit into center field. Now the Giants with their speediest base runner aboard with 1 out. And Lewis stays away from that 0 for 6. Well, with Thompson at the plate and Lewis aboard, I would think that Lewis may try to see what kind of move Cianez has. And then if he's got the green light, try to get in the scoring position. That or he can use the hit and run.
Well, right now you need a stolen base. You've given up an out, so you can't sacrifice him into scoring position. You'd love to see your leadoff hitter steal you a bag and set you up and have 2 shots and knock in the runner at second with Thompson and Bonds.
And the pitch out, it gets away from Hernandez, and Lewis is going to head into second base and stay right there.
A huge mistake.
Well, I think everybody had the right idea except Cianez's pitch out was about knee high.
Hernandez goes out for the pitch out, and he really gets handcuffed by the fastball, as you mentioned, was down low.
So Lewis at second base. Thompson 1 for 5, and the pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Robbie Thompson and Rudy Cianez. And the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Omar Dahl is thrown in the bullpen for the Dodgers. He is a left-hander.
If Cianez gets past Thompson, then you have to ask yourself, does Lasorda want Dahl to face Bonds? Or does he want Cianez to walk Bonds and face Williams?
Here's the 1-2 pitch, up high, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the higher Cianez is with his pitches, the higher he gets on the gun. Barry Bonds looking on deck. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Robbie Thompson. Ball 3.
Ooh, how can you lay off? Hard slider. You're trying to protect. And he manages to just hold back and stay alive. Runs the count full, 3-2.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Lewis with his lead. The pitch to Thompson. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 3rd strikeout for Cianez. And now here comes Wallace to try to figure out the strategy for Tommy Lasorda. And the strategy is to bring in Omar Dahl, the left-hander. Omar Dahl against Barry Bonds. Bonds walked in the 1st inning, flied out in the 3rd, walked again in the 6th, took a called 3rd strike in the 8th, and grounded out the 2nd in the 11th inning. And here we're in the bottom of the 13th. Here's Omar Dahl and Barry Bonds. And the first pitch, and it's down and away, 1-0. Todd Williams is thrown in the bullpen. He's a right-hander. And Rob Murphy is the left-hander. 1-0 to Bonds. 2-0. And you get the idea, Mike, that The right-hander Todd Williams would be for Matt Williams in case Omar Dahl walks Barry Bonds. On the ground, it's Delino to Shields, and we'll go to the 14th. No runs, a base hit for the Giants here in the 13th. They strand one. We'll head to the 14th, 0-0. And Eric Karros to lead it off here in the 14th inning. And Karros takes a strike. Karros, Rodriguez, and Hernandez are the hitters. And Dewey comes back and throws another strike, and it's 0-2. I would say, Mike, the one thing you can say in this game is there just hasn't been too many mistakes by pitchers.
Well, they really haven't. We've talked about the combination of stuff and location.
J.R. Phillips will give chase, but that'll be a souvenir.
And both staffs have really put on a show. And you might say, well, gee, you know, the strike zone's been very wide today. You know, in looking back, Bob Homolka has done a pretty consistent job with both clubs. And not only have we seen excellent pitching, we've seen some tremendous defense.
Now, a wide strike zone doesn't always mean, though, that you're going to have a game where there's not going to be too many runs scored. 0-2 pitch off the plate.
Oh, you're right.
I mean, sometimes a wide strike zone will mean that it'll force guys to swing the bat. And when you do that, you may see some more offense.
And I'm not buying the wide strike zone theory today either, because we have seen good pitching. Both staffs, we have seen some very, very fine pitching, great major league. That's why you come to the major leagues, to see that type of effort. And both staffs have just been brilliant today.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Karros. Here's the pitch, and it's ball 3. Karros, who has been swinging a hot bat, is 0 for 5 in this afternoon's game. Here's the payoff pitch, swing and a miss. He struck him out. Second strikeout for Dewey.
Reed was sitting up outside. Dewey runs one back in. It's really out of the strike zone. Karros does him a favor going after ball 4. Thank you very much. And he knows it.
So that'll bring up the left-handed hitting Henry Rodriguez, and the first one tails off the plate, 1-0. Rodriguez is 0 for 4 with a walk. And Dewey throws, and this is fouled down the left field line and out of play.
Watch Dave Wallace, the pitching coach of the Dodgers, in the background. You can see Karros and Wallace, the same look.
Here's the 1-1 pitch, and that's up high. 2 balls and 1 strike.
I mean, that's all the difference in the world. You get your leadoff hitter getting up and walking, sets up the inning. He swings at ball 4. Frustration.
Kind of eliminates any strategy whatsoever. Two balls and 2 strikes. Mark Dewey throws, and it's outside. 3-2.
Crowd on hand called that pitch. They thought it was a strike.
On deck is Carlos Hernandez. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it's lined into right field, a base hit for Rodriguez. A 1-out single for the Dodger right fielder. And that'll bring to the plate Hernandez.
3-2, you can't walk him, you have to come in, make him put the ball in play. He gets a base hit, you tip your hat. That's a good battle by Henry Rodriguez, coming out on top.
Carlos Hernandez walked in the 9th inning and then singled to lead off the 12th. Hernandez came into the game. In the 9th inning. And he goes around, and it's 0-1.
Good tight little slider from Mark Dewey. Good location.
Nothing in 1 to Carlos Hernandez. And did he go around? They'll check. First base umpire says no. 1 ball and 1 strike to Hernandez. On deck is Gary Ingram. We'd like to, Mike and I would like to send a special hello to Gertrude Benzer. All these years, her son Benny would not go out and buy her sports channel. Well, she finally did it on her own. She's waited long enough. This is rolled foul, and we're happy that she's aboard. All right, Benny. Maybe next year, huh? So Gertrude, we're glad you joined us. You picked a good one, and as Mike Krukow said, maybe the best game he's ever seen.
I told you I love these games. I really do. I mean,
1-2 pitch out in front of the plate. Reed jumps on it and throws the first for the out. On the plate, Rodriguez goes down to second.
I love to watch pitching games. You know that. And this is the type of a game where the pitching staff will define itself. See Mark Dewey, he's coming in, and all of a sudden he gets out for a possible throw by Jeff Reed. He gets out of the way in case Reed was going to go to second base with the throw. But Reed's only play was at first base. So now the Dodgers have a chance. They can score a runner from second with just a base hit.
And Ingram takes a pitch outside. Ingram was a pinch hitter in the 9th inning. Grounded out. And then he tried to bunt, a sacrifice bunt, and he popped out. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Jeff Treadway is in the on-deck circle, left-handed hitter. So it's Ingram with a count of 2-0. And it's 3 balls and no strike. Outfield straightaway with Ingram at the plate.
Now you can't just lay it in there all day long. We've seen teams swing through the 3-0 count with green lights. So you can't take anything for granted.
And that's a strike, and it's 3-1.
Good pitch. You know, Mark Dewey's getting up there around 92, 93. Excellent stuff come out of both bullpens today.
3 balls and 1 strike to Gary Ingram. Rodriguez at second, and that's a strike, and it's 3-2. Ooh.
Well, thank you very much.
Three and 2. Lead run at second base. We're in the top of the 14th. Here's the pitch. Got him. He strikes out Ingram to end the inning here in the 14th. We'll head to the home half. 0-0. We're in the bottom of the 14th, and the new young man on the mound for the Dodgers is Todd Williams, number 66. Jeff Treadway comes into the game. He's going to play third base. And if you're looking at the Dodgers batting order, Williams will bat 9th or make that 8th, and Treadway will bat in the 9th spot. So if the Dodgers were to get to the 15, Treadway would lead off the inning. Todd Williams appearing in his 4th game, and he will be facing the Giants cleanup hitter Matt Williams.
had this matchup the other day, and Matt Williams took Todd Williams back up the middle for a base hit. 32 strikeouts in the game today.
Matt Williams, slough liner off the glove of Delino DeShields, and the Giants have their leadoff hitter on. So Williams against Williams, and Matt wins the battle this time.
Get a fastball, he fights it off. And Delino DeShields comes very close to snagging this one down. Just misses it. Game inches, folks. Have you ever heard that before?
Few times. And here's Glen Allen Hill with Williams at first base. And Williams steps off. Hill has walked 3 times, is lined out and popped out. It's a line drive right at Careless, and that's just the kind of game this has been. Careless was holding him on, and he was right there.
Well, Glen Allen Hill hitting a shot down the right field line. And Eric Karros, who was holding on, Matt Williams is in perfect position, and you see the skipper agonizes with his teammates, as that was a break for the Dodgers.
Here's Royce Clayton down low.
You have to remember back where it happened that the Giants got a break.
Ground ball to the right side. DeShields knocks it down. He'll hustle and throw on to first. That's right. That ended an inning where DeShields lined out into a double play. So that'll do it for the 14th. We'll go to the 15th. 0-0. Mother's Day. Bring out mom for some exciting Giants baseball. Hats will be handed out courtesy of Gatorade and Riley's. And that one is hit softly to Royce Clayton. And Treadway comes in and hits a soft line drive for the first out here in the 15th.
Haven't seen a lot of one-pitch outs today.
So Treadway is retired. We go on about Hat Day. Caps will be handed out courtesy of Gatorade, Rayleigh's, and Bel Air. Tickets are on sale now at all Bass ticket centers or by calling Bass Charge at 510-762-BASS. Delino DeShields. 1 hit, 6 at bats, batting .161, and he bluffs a bunt and takes a pitch outside 1-0. DeShields standing in, and the next pitch is a strike, and it's 1-1. It was DeShields batting with runners at first and third and 1 out in the 12th inning that Mike was alluding to during our last half inning. 1-1 pitch inside corner, 1-2. When he hit a line drive at Robbie Thompson, Thompson caught it, quickly threw to first to J.R. Phillips to double up Chris Gwynn, and the Giants really dodged a bullet in that 12th inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch to DeShields, swing and a miss. And for Mark Dewey, his 4th strikeout. And walking up to the plate is Jose Offerman.
Well, pitching has just been something else all day long.
18 Dodgers have gone down swinging, I think. What do you have?
Well, I've got 15 Giants. And 18 Dodgers. 33 total.
0-1 to Offerman. Here's the pitch. From this point on, I'll just break out a disclaimer for both Mike and I. What we tell you from our scorecard we will not be quite 100% sure of. That's a strike, and it's 1-2. So with that in mind, they have 18 strikeouts and the Giants with 15. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Dewey hunched over, looks in, and throws, and Offerman fouls it out of play. Mark Dewey going at Jose Offerman, and this is lined into center field, a base hit. 9th hit for the Dodgers, and it comes with 2 outs here in the 15th inning.
Good 2-strike hitting by Offerman. He battled. Got a pitch he could handle, and when you get to a 2-strike situation, you cut your swing down a little bit and try and take that ball right back up the middle, and you cannot get better execution than we saw from Jose Offerman. Good at bat.
Raul Mondesi has reached on a fielder's choice, single in the 3rd inning. Grounded out, flied out twice, and struck out. And he was going downtown.
Well, Mark Dewey going right after him, not getting cued. He went right in his wheelhouse. Blew it right by him. 93 on the gun. You know, I mentioned earlier, this is the type of game where your staff will really define itself. You get a lot of confidence coming out of a game like this. You can't make mistakes in games like this. You do, it's game over. And neither side has made them.
Dodgers have 1 error, but that was a pop-up that Eric Karros had trouble with over by the Giants dugout, and that's been the only error in this game. And the other part of it that you won't see in your box score are mental errors, and there hasn't been any of those by either team.
No, that's very, very important that you bring that up, because in a game that is as tight as this one has been played, the concentration has had to be tremendous, and you can fatigue mentally, and nobody has.
Here's the 0-1 to Mondesi. Now it's 0-2.
You played extra inning games early in the year. I don't know if you played 15 innings, but at what point does fatigue become a factor?
I think it's usually after the game, because you don't think much about it during the game. You realize that you've been out there a long time, but I think once you start thinking about it and dwell on it, that's when you become tired. You just keep plugging along.
So you would see the effect tomorrow more so than today.
And I think it's the same for a pitcher that's trying to throw a complete game. He starts to feel a little bit in the 7th inning, but you know, you just push yourself. You got to keep on going. And really, you have to concentrate more on defense than offense, because defensively is where you're going to lose the game. Just off the plate, 2 balls and 2 strikes. An error is going to be so critical that you just cannot fall asleep defensively.
Fastball just missing away. That was outside. I think if he'd have rung up Mondesi on that pitch, we may have lost a Dodger or 2 in an argument. There's a runaway shopping bag about to attack Mark Dewey on the mound.
And Mondesi will watch it as it creeps now over towards the on-deck circle.
Paper or plastic?
Nope. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Offerman with his lead. The pitch up the middle and into center field, a base hit. Offerman will not stop at second. He'll go into third. And with 2 down, the Dodgers have runners at the corners once again. This has all happened after 2 were out.
Well, another good at bat. 2-strike adjustment, shorten the cut, go up the middle. And for the second time now, we've seen the Dodgers execute in a 2-strike situation and execute well. And now with 2 outs, they've got runners on the corners.
Here's Reggie Williams. Williams, 28 years old. Traded to the Dodgers from the Angels in October of '93. And the pitch is outside, 1-0. Williams hit .313 at Albuquerque last year with 4 home runs and 42 RBIs. He has played in the big leagues briefly with the Angels in 1992. Dewey throws, and this is popped out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. Offerman is at third. At first is Raul Mondesi. 2 hits in the inning have given 10 total for the Dodgers. Giants are sitting on 5. Here's the pitch, and it misses. 2 balls and 1 strike. And I think that's the consistency part that we're talking about, Mike. And I think Dewey wanted that to be a strike.
Well, another factor in an extra inning game is how long your umpires can hold their concentration. They have not been able to come off the field.
Ground ball up the middle, and the Dodgers are on the board first. And over to third goes Mondesi. And here in the 15th inning, it's 1-0.
All this with 2 outs. Dodgers putting together back-to-back singles, and they finally break the ice.
And that'll bring to the plate Eric Karros. If you're looking at the bottom of the 15th for the Giants, Phillips, then a pinch hitter, and Jeff Reed.
Boy, all 3 singles going right back up the middle.
So Dusty in conversation with his infielders and Mark Dewey. I don't know how long Chris Hook has been throwing down in the bullpen. So this may be a situation where Dusty just wanted to have a chat with Mark Dewey to see how he was going to go after Eric Karros. Karros has struck out 3 times this afternoon, and he is 0 for 6. Treadway led off the inning by hitting the soft liner to Royce Clayton. DeShields struck out. And 3 straight singles. Here's the pitch to Eric Karros, and it's a strike.
Karros came into the game hitting .565. He's now hitting .448. So in one afternoon, you lose 117 points off your batting average.
It's taking a bite out of that average.
That's a rough day.
It's done. 0-1 pitch is on the outside corner. Strike 2 call. So the Dodgers have scored here in the top of the 15th, and they lead 1-0. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and Karros hammers this one into left center field, and this may clear the bases. In comes Mondesi. Rounding the bag is Reggie Williams, and it's 3-0 Dodgers. A double for Eric Karros. And Dusty's going to come out and get Mark Dewey, as the hitter is going to be Henry Rodriguez. 3 runs the Dodgers have scored here in the 15th inning. Chris Hook comes into the game. Hook made his major league debut on Sunday against the Marlins in a game where the Giants lost 10-3. He pitched an inning and 2/3, allowed 1 hit, 1 run. He walked 1 and he struck out 1. Chris Hook called up when the Giants put William Van Landingham on the disabled list. So Hook will try to get the final out here in the 15th inning. Hook from San Diego, California. Good size, 6'5", 230 pounds. Facing Henry Rodriguez. And the first pitch to Rodriguez is fouled at home plate. Hook came over from the Cincinnati Reds with Scott Robinson in exchange for Adam Heisdu at the end of spring training in 1994. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hook started last year in Phoenix. He also pitched in relief, was 7-2. He's had some great numbers in the minor leagues. Swing and a miss, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1992, Hook was 14-8 in Cedar Rapids. 12-8 the next year at Double-A. Here's a young man that was not drafted. Outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes, and when you see players like Chris Hook that get to the big leagues and they weren't drafted, it gives hope to any young player out there that hasn't been drafted. Here's a 2-2 pitch, and it's just off the plate. Full count. Three balls and 2 strikes. Hook throws, and it's ball 4. So Rodriguez walked. 5th straight Dodger that has reached base here in the 15th inning. And that'll bring to the plate Carlos Hernandez.
All this happening with 2 outs.
And the pitch to Hernandez just misses, and it's 1-0 to Hernandez. Dodgers scoring 3 times here in the 15th inning, and this is fouled over the screen. Dodgers have pounded out 12 hits, and of those 12, 4 of them have come here in the 15th inning. 1-1 pitch is slapped to Robbie Thompson, and he caught it in the air for the final out. So Hernandez makes the last out here in the 5th inning, and the Giants have their work cut out for them. They trail 3-0. Coming into the game is Rob Murphy. Murphy will be facing J.R. Phillips, and it was a pitch thrown by Murphy yesterday that J.R. Phillips deposited over the right field fence for a home run. So Murphy facing Phillips here in the bottom of the 15th. Mark Carrion is in the on-deck circle, and here's the first pitch to Phillips, and he pops the first pitch up. Coming in is Mondesi. Offerman is being chased away, and Mondesi makes the catch. So a tough day for J.R. Phillips as he takes an 0 for 6. And here's Carrion hitting for Chris Hook. Carrion on the season is 0 for 3 with 1 strikeout. And the first pitch is a strike from Rob Murphy. Giants catcher Jeff Reed is on deck. We're in the bottom of the 15th inning. Slow roller to Murphy. He'll spin around and throw over to first for the out. 2 down here in the 15th. And here's Reed. Giants drop this game, they'll fall to 3-4. The Dodgers will be one game over 500. First pitch to Reed is in the dirt. 1 ball and no strikes. Jeff Reed is 0 for 1. He grounded to short in the 13th inning. Darren Lewis is on deck. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and Reed takes that pitch inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Murphy looking into Carlos Hernandez, and he throws, and that misses. 3-0.
I tell you, the guy who's psyched about this game is the advanced scout for the Padres and the Rockies, who are here to watch both staffs. They've seen everybody.
They saw them all. They can go home. That's a strike to Reed.
They can take the rest of the week off.
Oh, 3 balls and 1 strike. Murphy was throwing from the stretch, deals, and it's ball 4. And Giants would like to see Tommy Lasorda squirm just a little bit here in the 15th.
Dodgers have their last available man, with the exception of the starting pitchers on the bench. Warming up in the bullpen now, Greg Hansel. That's it. They have him, Pedro Estacio, and Ramon Martinez. And that's all who's left.
Darren Lewis, 1 for 6, takes a strike. Lewis singled in the 13th inning. Murphy comes back, and Lewis takes that pitch down and away as that tailed out of the strike zone. Well, we saw the major league debut of Hideo Nomo as he threw 5 innings. 1-1 pitch to Lewis is fouled past Bobby Bonds. And Murphy is out in front, 1-2. This game start 12:30, 12:35, around there.
Time flies when you're having fun.
12:33 starting time. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Lewis to right field. Rodriguez will play it on a hop, and the Giants have the tying run coming up to home plate.
Well, wouldn't it be something? The Dodgers put 3 runs on the board, all after 2 outs in the top half of the 15th inning. And here to open the 15th, the bottom of the 15th, the Giants have 2 quick outs. They get a walk, a knock, and now they have the tying run at the plate.
And the pitching coach of the Dodgers is going to come out. So maybe Tommy Lasorda did squirm just a little bit as Dave Wallace makes the call. Greg Hansel will come in, and Rob Murphy will depart. At a walk to Jeff Reed, and then a single by Darren Lewis has brought the tying run to home plate in the person of Robbie Thompson. Hansel pitched an inning with 1 strikeout in the loss yesterday. With Barry Bonds on deck. Hansel pitching to Thompson, and it's outside, 1-0. Thompson would like to get this at bat in before that shadow takes over home plate. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and he hits one high on the Dodgers right now is unbelievable. To a man, they've got their head hanging. Robbie Thompson has just tied this game up with a 2-out, 3-run home run in the bottom of the 15th. And it ain't over yet.
And the rivalry lives.
And it's Barry Bonds who steps in. I'm not sure I even want to fill in the scorecard. Just go from memory. Bonds with a base hit to center field. And the winning run is on with 2 down. I mean, that's stuff you dream of as a kid. How do you do that? Well, I think it's beyond the squirm stage for Tommy Lasorda.
Well, the last time we had a 15-inning game with the Dodgers, as we watch Robbie Thompson ball up, Greg Hansel pays the price of education. And RT knows it. 1987, there was another 15-inning ball game, and Greg Minton beat the Dodgers with a double.
Inside to Matt Williams.
That game went 15 innings, and here we see another 15-inning miracle. And that look on Dusty was priceless.
3-3, bottom of the 15th. And Hansel throws to Williams, and he swings and misses. And that evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. That was great. Even Grady liked it. One ball, 1 strike. Bonds with his lead. He goes. And Williams lines this one. And it's going to fall and get by. They win it! Helps Bonds! And the Giants are going to win it! I do not believe it. As that ball got by Reggie Williams in left field, Bonds scored all the way from first, and the Giants have scored 4 times with 2 outs in the bottom of the 15th.
Amazing. That's what it is.
It's amazing how things can turn around.
And for the people who stayed and stuck it out, they're treated to a little piece of Dodger Giant history. And there to greet the players coming off the bench, off the field, are all the players who went in and got showered. All the players who played this game some 2-3 hours earlier.
So it was a double off the bat of Matt Williams that drives in Barry Bonds here in the bottom of the 15th.